Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 sees Shan Qingrong did not leave in a hurry after the class meeting, but stood at the podium, occasionally wandering around the classroom door. Wang Lang realized that the opportunity to show off had come, so he took his stool to the podium. "Class teacher, you sit, you sit." Shan Qingrong asked him. "Then how do you sit?" "There are 2 extra stools in the back. I can just move them and sit on them," Wang Lang said nonchalantly. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Shan Qingrong was very satisfied with Wang Lang. He not only reported the class situation to him in the past, but he was also sensible now. After receiving Shan Qingrong's praise, Wang Lang felt as if he had picked up 10 yuan and felt comfortable all over. He walked to the back of the class, pulled out a stool from under the broom, dustpan, and bucket in the corner, wiped it, and then sat on it himself. There were still 5 or 6 minutes before the end of the evening self-study class, and the class teacher of the next class 1 walked to the door of class 8. Shan Qingrong saw him and left with him. As soon as the class teacher left, the classroom was tense for half a minute, and then the sound of chatting rang out. Jiao Kunan took his power bank and said to Shan Qingrong, "Today I will put the power bank in the class to charge it." There is a large custom-made box table on the classroom podium, which is used to place the computer operating the projector. The box table has an opening with a socket inside. Many students encounter some teachers who are not strict, and they will put their mobile phones in to charge before class. However, there is only one socket position, and most people can't grab it. Shan Qingrong said, "You can charge it at the UK supermarket at the door. UK supermarket charges 1 yuan per time. If you use it to charge the power bank, the cost performance is still good." "Don't mention it, I thought so at first. I took it to UK supermarket in the afternoon. Boss Wei took a look and said that my power bank costs 2.5 yuan per charge. I was so angry. It's so dark, I won't charge it." Jiao Kunan cursed Boss Wei in his heart. Shan Qingrong said, "This seems to be a 10,000 mAh power bank, which can charge my phone several times." "Yes, my power bank is very powerful. I have only charged it once since the beginning of the school year, and it has lasted until now." Jiao Kunan is very satisfied with his power bank. Not only does he use it himself, but he also occasionally helps other students in the dormitory. The power banks you usually see are all very small, which can only charge a phone once or twice. And my power bank, which I bought online for more than 70 yuan, is enough to charge my phone 4 times. During this period, e-commerce was booming, and most of the things purchased online were more conscientious than those sold offline. The 2 people spoke a little loudly, and Shan Zhao, who was in front of them, heard it. Shan Zhao turned his head and glanced at the 2 people, his eyes sharp. "Power bank, 10,000 mAh, 70 yuan, will be placed under the podium to charge tonight." These key points were quickly extracted by Shan Zhao. Shan Zhao was calm and confident. "Sorry, tonight, your power bank belongs to me." After the evening self-study, the rain stopped, and the usually dry and gloomy air was unusually fresh at this time. Jiang Ning stepped on the wet ground and found the mountain bike. The body of the bike was covered with water droplets, including the handlebars, and the seat was all wet. Jiang Ning gently wiped it with a tissue, and at the same time, used his spiritual power to cast a small spell, instantly drying the seat to its usual state. After returning home, Jiang Ning did not close the door. He walked into the room, and the lights came on automatically. He walked to the bed, and the box under the bed flew to him. Jiang Ning tapped his fingers lightly, and the spiritual power turned into a big hand, opening the lid of the wooden box. There were exquisite jade bottles in the box. These bottles were specially customized by the seller he contacted on the e-commerce platform to hold elixir spirit liquid. Each white jade bottle was worth 800 yuan. In the middle of the white jade bottles, there were several conspicuous black jade bottles. This kind of jade bottle is much more expensive, costing 3,000 yuan each. but the advantage is that it can be used to preserve the souls of living beings. Jiang Ning cast a few spells on the black jade bottle, then put it away, and turned to leave. It was night, and the rain had stopped not long ago. There was no one on the dam outside. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual consciousness to track. Because his spiritual consciousness had become stronger, the range of his spiritual consciousness tracking had expanded to 10 kilometers. The spiritual consciousness seed that he placed on the dog owner at noon took effect instantly. Jiang Ning used the key concealment technique in the divine movement step to rush to the place where the spiritual consciousness was. Because of the rain, there was some mud on the ground. Jiang Ning cast a small spell around his body to prevent the mud from splashing on his body. In this way, 2 minutes later, Jiang Ning arrived at the long street in front of the 4th middle school. At this time, there were still students stopping at the snack stalls on the long street. It was estimated that these stall owners would finish work and go home around 10:30. Jiang Ning followed the alley at the intersection and walked all the way in. There were no street lights in the alley, it was dark, and there was a gravel road under his feet. If he didn't use his spiritual power, he would definitely make a noticeable sound when he stepped on it. Jiang Ning was not alone. Some students must have studied in class for a while and just came back. They held their mobile phones and turned on the flashlights to illuminate the ground to prevent stepping on puddles. The dark alley was dotted with a few bright lights. Jiang Ning continued to move forward and turned into a smaller alley. This alley was extremely narrow. If two people passed by, they would need to dodge sideways. Jiang Ning tapped the ground with his feet, and the gentle spiritual power lifted him up and jumped to the courtyard wall. Jiang Ning was high above, and his spiritual sense was released. The situation within 100 meters around him was all merged into his mind. The area in front of the number 4 middle school is the old city. The houses are not high, mostly 2 or 3 story buildings, with small courtyards. Thanks to the proximity to the school, these dilapidated houses are easy to rent out. Even if it is just a single room, it is not difficult to rent 200 or 300 yuan a month, but the environment is very bad. However, there are still a large number of students who pay for it, and they don't want to live in a dormitory. After all, no matter how bad the rented house is, as long as it doesn't leak, it is always much more comfortable than living in a dormitory. There is privacy, no noise, and you can study with peace of mind. If you find a partner, you may be able to live together and live a life of 2 people in high school. Jiang Ning locked the spiritual mark and determined that the target was in a 3-story building 50 meters ahead. He urged the divine step and walked directly on the courtyard wall in the night. Sometimes he encountered a building blocking him, and he jumped up. Jiang Ning was burdened with spiritual power, and his takeoff and landing were more elegant. There was no noise when his shoes stepped on the ground. When walking at a high place, the open spiritual consciousness was like a radar, bringing countless feedback. The boy waiting for instant noodles, the girl washing clothes, and the quarreling couple were all revealed. In the end, Jiang Ning's figure fell on the outdoor stairs of a 3-story building. The spiritual consciousness told Jiang Ning that there was a big wolf dog in the house and a fat man sleeping. The other party was the owner of the dog who let the dog go at noon. Dogs have sensitive noses and can smell odors that humans cannot smell. Jiang Ning's key concealment technique conceals the breath as well, so the dog naturally cannot smell it. The spiritual power hand opened the door, and the dog, who was originally dozing, suddenly noticed something and ran towards the door, baring its teeth, looking very ferocious. If it were an ordinary person who broke in, he would definitely be bitten by the vicious dog. Jiang Ning took out the black jade bottle slowly and then ejected a sword energy. This sword energy was green, about the length of a finger, and looked extremely weak. However, it was this green sword energy that stabbed forward at a very fast speed. As soon as it touched the big wolf dog's head, it instantly penetrated through it, as easy as cutting tofu. Due to inertia, the big wolf dog rushed forward for a distance and fell down and died. Jiang Ning pinched out a dark blue light, forming a thick beam of light, and shone it on the dog's head. Under the dark blue, a grey mini dog soul slowly rose. This is the soul searching technique, which can illuminate the soul of a living person who has just died. The dog's soul will disintegrate in a few seconds. Jiang Ning used the deep blue beam To attract the dog's soul, unplugged the black jade bottle and stuffed it in. He cast a few spells on the black jade bottle to stabilize the soul, and then he put the bottle away. The evil dog has been dealt with, and it's the turn of the evil man. Jiang Ning looked at the sleeping dog owner, whose snoring filled the room, and most people would probably be upset. The spiritual hand opened the dog's mouth and carried it towards the dog owner. The dog's mouth was wide open, and its hard teeth were covered with saliva, aiming at the dog owner's feet. You let the dog bite people, and you don't repent. Today, I'll let you taste the taste of being bitten by a dog. The spiritual hand closed, and the dog's mouth suddenly closed, and the upper and lower rows of teeth suddenly bit down. Crack. The sound of bone cracking rang out. Then there was a violent scream, and the dog owner woke up from the bed in pain. He hurriedly checked his feet. Because it was too dark in the room and he couldn't see anything, he reached for the light switch on the wall. Jiang Ning waved his spiritual power hand and slapped him off the bed. His injured foot hit the ground again, and he howled in pain. It was night, and the noise scared the neighbors around. Some people stood in front of the window, or pushed the door to look in. The bite just now fractured the dog owner's foot, and it would be difficult to recover to normal in 2 months. Jiang Ning felt a little better, and left with the black jade bottle. Thank you, Zhu Wufi Iwan book friend 2021012120206194. Quote for the reward. Chapter 77 Pleasure. After Jiang Ning finished his work, he did not go to the transformer box to temper his body, but returned home directly. After closing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning lit a soul-sinking incense. The black jade bottle was suspended in the air in front of him, and suddenly, the bottle stopper rose by itself. Jiang Ning attracted wisps of smoke, and flew towards the mouth of the bottle, constantly washing the dog's soul. He cast a few spells from time to time. After these operations, the dog's soul finally stabilized again, and would not easily collapse. The next step is to collect the materials needed for the formation, so that the chanking liquid medicinal materials can be tempered. Some simple formations can be directly laid out with spells, but if they are more complicated, materials for the formation are needed. These days, Jiang Ning uses search engines to search with various keywords, such as dark purple stone with black spots on the surface, or green wood with spots after cutting, to retrieve the materials he often used in the cultivation world in his previous life. Once he confirms that the pictures on the internet are consistent with the cultivation world, he will place an order to purchase them. In the past few days, he has identified many kinds of materials and has collected most of the materials needed for this formation. There are still 2 materials left, which have not been found yet. One is blue glass silk, and the other is 9 cloud stone. In order to find these 2 items, Jiang Ning posted a bounty post on Tiba this afternoon, promising that if someone knows them, he will give 5,000 yuan. In order to ensure his credibility, Jiang Ning deliberately posted a post to build a building. Starting from the 9th floor, as long as the number is a multiple of 9, he will give netizens 20 Q coins and cash them on the spot. After giving away 500 Q coins, Jiang Ning announced that he would stop the activity and then opened a new bounty post to divert traffic from the old post. Because he has established his image as a fool with a lot of money and the attraction of 5,000 yuan, the bounty post received many responses at once. During this period, Tiba was very active and there were many hidden talents in it. Jiang Ning's post became more and more popular and was even selected as a favorite by the owner. Jiang Ning opened Tiba and saw a dense number of private messages. He looked through them one by one. Most of them were junk private messages. Some wanted to borrow money, some wanted to send small cards, and some claimed that they had been wandering outside for 3 days and had no money to go home. They hoped that Jiang Ning would give them some money. Not too much, just 200 would be enough for a good meal. Jiang Ning blocked them directly and continued to scroll down. Some netizens gave some guesses. Jiang Ning wrote them all down until he turned to the back and someone actually sent 3 pictures. Jiang Ning recognized it at a glance. It was the 9 cloud stone from the world of immortal cultivation. Clicking on the other party's homepage, it turned out to be a netizen who liked to play with stones. No wonder he knew this rare stone. Jiang Ning sent a private message to the other party, asked for WeChat, and added him as a friend. The other party did not mention money, but was very calm. Many people with unique hobbies are often not short of money. Jiang Ning asked for his bank account and transferred 5,000 to him. Then Jiang Ning opened a new post and posted the transfer record to maintain his personality. In the internet age, a reliable online account can help him a lot in finding materials in the future. After the transfer sticker was released, it stimulated many netizens, and there were a lot of replies such as rich people cling to thighs and rich people make friends. Jiang Ning said that there is another reward post for something, and those who are interested can go and have a look. According to this popularity, it should not be difficult to find Lanlisi. During the morning self-study of class 8, Jiang Ning had just sat down when Zhenglu turned around with her mobile phone. Perhaps because of her hasty movements, her thin white t-shirt swayed in a silky arc. She said anxiously, Jiang Ning, it's bad. My cool running score is about to be surpassed. You help me run. Jiang Ning took it and saw that Zhenglu was still the first in the ranking. He asked in confusion, the second place Ma Shichen is far behind you by a lot of points. Zhenglu's expression was cautious. He has surpassed my fraction. I must run a higher score to consolidate my position. Jiang Ning, okay. I used your props, and I will change your character for you. Otherwise I can't run that high, he said. Zhenglu had no objection. She was not a girl who was addicted to games. She did not care about the gold coins and diamonds in the game. Besides, it was Jiang Ning who played her account, so it didn't matter how he used it. Jiang Ning released his spiritual sense to prevent the teacher from appearing suddenly. Sometimes he thought about it and felt helpless. His spiritual sense was actually used to warn the teacher, but it was really useful. He could predict the teacher's arrival in advance every time, completely eliminating the possibility of having his phone taken away. With the blessing of props, Jiang Ning easily ran to double the score. Jiang Ning, you are really amazing. Zhenglu couldn't help but exclaimed, her eyes full of stars. After Jiang Ning returned the phone to Zhenglu, he was bathed in the admiring eyes of the little girl for a long time. His mood became cheerful. Before the morning self-study began, Jiuo Kunan and his group of boarding students came in from the back door. Jiuo Kunan went straight to the podium to get his 10,000 mAh power bank. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense passed through the podium and swam around. There was no trace of the power bank inside. Jiang Ning knew that this was taken away by Shan Zhao, the thief king of number 4 middle school. Jiuo Kunan got it for nothing. He was a little confused at first, and then realized that his power bank was gone. He spent 70 yuan to buy a power bank online, but it was gone. He only put it in the classroom to charge it once, and it was gone overnight. Jiuo Kunan stood on the podium. The students below laughed and cursed, but his face was numb. He suddenly felt so lonely. He stood on the podium, made a gesture, and then asked everyone, has anyone seen my power bank? Jiuo Kunan asked twice in a row, and the answers he got were all negative. Jiuo Kunan finally experienced the anger, helplessness, and regret that the sports committee members Ankai experienced. When he came down from the podium, Shan Kaikun asked him, Brother Nan, did you lose your power bank? I can't find it, damn. Jiuo Kunan was angry. I don't know which grandson took it. The last time Zankai's things were like this, they were well placed in the class, and then they disappeared. It's unbelievable. Shan Kaikun followed up with a curse. There must be a thief in our class. So tasteless. He even stole a power bank. Is he an orphan? Shan Kaikun was really angry. Usually, Jiuo Kunan's power bank was used by him when he returned to the dormitory, but it was suddenly lost. He couldn't use it in the future, so he must hate the thief. Shan Zhao, who was in the front row, turned his head and took a look after hearing it, and remembered Shan Kaikun in his heart. You bastard, you scolded me, right? I remember it. I'll take all your money next time. Shan Zhao had heard other people scolding countless times, and had long been accustomed to it. Now, if he didn't hear a few scoldings after stealing something, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Now immersed in the curses of Jiuo Kunan and Shan Kaikun, he not only did not feel uncomfortable, but instead had an inexplicable enjoyment, as if he had won a war, and had a sense of victory. Jiuo Kunan vented for a while, and felt a little relieved. He rarely picked up a book and started reading. His mobile phone ran out of power last night. He had planned to charge it with a power bank this morning, but now the power bank is gone, and he can't play with his mobile phone. Thank you, D. 140,714,124,023,385, HX, 20220512145911239. Quote. Thank you all for your awards. Chapter 78 Games. The morning break lasts for 25 minutes. Jiang Ning was playing games on his phone. After his morning self-study, he took his phone to UK supermarket and charged it for 2 classes. Now it is fully charged. Ma Shicheng stood up from his seat with a haughty look. His cool run score ranked second in the class. Except for Jing Lu who cheated, no one could beat him. Everywhere he looked were rookies. Even Shan Kaikwan who wanted to compete with him was easily surpassed by him. Ma Shicheng, with the mentality of seeking defeat alone, found Jiang Ning, and then saw that Jiang Ning was playing a horizontal fighting game, not Cool Run. It was Jiang Ning who got him into Cool Run. Since his score became the first, Jiang Ning didn't seem to play Cool Run much. Did he quit the game because of his strong performance? Ma Shicheng asked curiously. Brother Nan, why don't you play Cool Run? I haven't seen you send me hearts these 2 days, which makes me feel empty. Many boys in our class are playing it now. Please come back soon. High school students are like this. Many people play a game together. Even if the quality of the game is average, they will find it very interesting and exchange experiences and compare with each other, which is the most interesting. Jiang Ning was fascinated by the game and said without raising his head, the style of Cool Run is like that of children. Look at how fun my time and space hunter is. You can team up to kill monsters and play in the arena. Why don't you play Time and Space Hunter too? I will help you kill monsters. Not only did he not accept Ma Shicheng's retention, he also wanted to pull him to play Time and Space Hunter. Ma Shicheng looked at it for a while. Why is this game so similar to Dungeon and Fighter? Yes, it's that type. Very fun. Mobile version. You can play it anytime. Play this game first to make a transition, and then play that game when Dungeon is released. I heard it will be released soon. Jiang Ning said. This game looks pretty good. Ma Shicheng has been playing games for many years, so he still has a good eye. Seeing that Ma Shicheng was a little interested in playing, Jiang Ning was very happy. He quickly killed the monsters and said to Ma Shicheng, let me show you how strong I'm now in the arena. I'm not bragging, I can beat the opponent directly. Jiang Ning began to match his opponent. After the match, the 2 characters appeared in the arena at the same time. Ma Shicheng found that compared with Jiang Ning's simple equipment, the character on the opposite side could be called gorgeous. Jiang Ning's face changed when he saw the game character on the opposite side. He thought to himself that it was not good. He was unlucky to meet a money charging guy. Can you beat him? Ma Shicheng asked. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go 50-50 with him. When Ma Shicheng heard this, he immediately felt admiration. Look, I'll use a set of skills on him at the beginning, catching him off guard. Jiang Ning controlled the character, went up and pressed, and a set of gorgeous skills were released, all hitting the opponent. Hahaha, this kid didn't expect my hand speed to be so fast. Jiang Ning laughed proudly. Whether it was the timing of releasing skills or the continuity of skills, they were all perfect. Ma Shicheng took a look at the opponent's health bar, which only dropped a little. He asked curiously, Brother Nan, is the health bar so thick in this game? Jiang Ning also found something unusual. His damage was too low, but he was still confident. It's okay, watch me abuse him. Jiang Ning used another set of skills, connecting with ordinary attacks in the middle, and the operation was very skillful. The character on the opposite side didn't move. You were scared by me. Haha, wait, I'm going to kill you. Then Ma Shicheng saw that Jiang Ning pressed skills frantically, and various attacks hit the opposite game character, and the opponent didn't even move. Finally, Jiang Ning's blue bar was emptied, and the opponent actually had half of his health left. He could only attack normally. Brother Nan, come on, I'll kill him soon. Ma Shicheng cheered him on. Jiang Ning kept pressing the attack button, and at this moment, the opponent's game character suddenly moved, just slightly, and threw an ordinary punch. This punch hit Jiuo Kunnen's game character. Jiuo Kunnen's game character screamed "ah," and his health bar was instantly emptied. Ma Shicheng's expression froze, and Jiuo Kunnen also froze. The two were silent for 3 seconds, and the scene was awkward. Then, Jiuo Kunnen's face turned green. Without saying a word, he pressed the big return button to return to the mobile phone desktop, then found the icon of the Space Hunter, pressed it, dragged it to the status bar, and chose to uninstall the game. He said, "Ma Shicheng, I decided to return to Xianshan Cool Run. In the afternoon, during the break of the first class, Shanzio took a pink and yellow cup to get water to drink. This cup was also stolen by him from the cup of the girl he had a crush on in junior high school. Shanzio is a lovesick man who has been secretly in love with a girl for 2 years, but never dared to confess his feelings. Until the high school entrance examination was approaching, Shanzio came to his senses. Since he couldn't get her, he might as well get a cup. In a way, it was equivalent to owning her for the rest of her life. Shanzio kept the cup as a treasure until he was in high school. Shanzio planned to drink water, but the water dispenser was out of water. He shouted to the class, "Which group is going to carry water today? Hurry up and be more conscientious." After hearing this, Jiang Lu suddenly remembered that it was her group's turn to carry water. "Jiang Ning, let's go get some water." Jiang Ning came to the front of the classroom, carrying 2 buckets at a time, attracting the attention of some classmates. A standard bucket of purified water weighs nearly 38 pounds, which doesn't sound heavy, but only when you have actually carried a bucket of purified water, you will know that it is not easy. Moreover, the classroom is 300 or 400 meters away from the supermarket on campus. Generally, students who carry water have to carry it on their shoulders all the way back. 1 bucket is okay, but 2 buckets is really not easy, and many adults can't do it. Most people who carry purified water carry 1 bucket at a time, and then move another bucket after drinking it. Each group's task is to carry 2 buckets at a time. Jiang Ning thought that it would be better to solve it all at once, since it was just a casual move. Jiang Lu followed behind, and did not stop Jiang Ning. She thought that she would share a bucket with Jiang Ning later. After Jiang Ning left, Yuan, who was next to Shenkinj, snorted. "Last time, someone in our group went to carry water and insisted on carrying 2 buckets at a time. As a result, he couldn't carry it for a few steps, so he asked me to carry 1 bucket." She meant something. Since she was abused by Zhu Yuantang in table tennis last time, she also disliked Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng, who was not far away, heard it and said in a sarcastic tone, "Do you dare to say this in front of Jiang Ning?" Yuan kept her mouth shut. She didn't dare. Shen Qinj frowned. Yuan didn't say anything. Yang Sheng glanced at her and ignored her. For some reason, she always felt that Shen Qinj was a little hypocritical. She seemed to be maintaining something when she was doing things. She felt that she was pretending. Jiang Ning carried the bucket and walked into the supermarket. There was a water purification device here, which was specially used to provide purified water for number 4 middle school. In the spacious warehouse, there were many newly made purified waters, and several students lined up to exchange water. Jiang Lu took the water ticket, handed it to the boss, and exchanged 2 buckets of water. Jiang Ning held the neck of a bucket with one hand, and lifted it up without much effort. Seeing him so relaxed, Jiang Lu silently swallowed the words she had intended to help. Jiang Ning did not stop for 300 or 400 meters, and chatted with Jiang Lu for a few words during the journey, all the way to the classroom. "Jiang Ning, I'll do it. You finished carrying it." Ma Shicheng stood up and said. He was in the same group as Jiang Ning, and was not in the classroom before, otherwise he would have gone to carry water. Jiang Ning put the bucket on the water dispenser, and turned back to his seat. There was no sign of fatigue at all. Jiang Lu felt like a cheerleader who did nothing. Jiang Ning doesn't look fat, but he is too strong. Can he lift me up? Jiang Lu suddenly had this thought. I don't know if it was an illusion. Jiang Lu felt that Jiang Ning had become more handsome recently. I don't know how tall he is, but he is only a little bit away from Huang Zhangfei, who is 182 cm tall. He will definitely become better in the future, right? Jiang Lu thought so. She is not a person who sits and waits for death. Her principle of doing things is that she must fight for what she likes. But Jiang Ning was not in a hurry. She would always make full preparations to ensure that everything was done safely, just like playing a game of rankings. She would be cautious and cautious again. I will wait until I'm 100% sure, then I will make a move, and I will hit the target with one shot. Jiang Lu thought to herself. I will set a small goal and sit at the same table with Jiang Ning next time. There are a little more campus life in the early stage because the plot has not yet unfolded. After entering the main plot, everyone may miss this part of the story. Chapter 79 Evading Eyes. Weekend, evening. Jiang Ning was holding a black plastic bag. Xiao Xuangshan was waiting for him at the door of the store. She had a new hairstyle, with slightly curled hair. She was wearing a black shirt and a white skirt. The fabric was of good quality and she looked simple and capable. Sit inside. Xiao Xuangshan closed the door. This is evergreen liquid. Jiang Ning opened the plastic bag, revealing a bucket filled with cyan liquid. Xiao Xuangshan nodded, and then said, drug qualification certification is a bit troublesome. My friend said that the drug involved is quite strict and may require clinical testing. It takes a lot of time to go through a process cycle, from half a year to 2 or 3 years. There was another point she didn't say. The drug certification process is very expensive. However, since the effect of evergreen liquid is very good, it is easy to attract investment. Even if no one invests, it can raise the money needed for testing and certification by selling it on a small scale. She continued, I have thought of a new solution, which is to go through food certification or cosmetics qualification certification. This can greatly shorten the time. If we push it, it can be solved within a month. But a new difficulty has emerged. If the drug content of Changqing liquid is too high, even if it is not a drug, it will still be identified as a drug. For example, the difference between alcohol and medical alcohol. According to the preliminary test report, the drug content in Changqing liquid is relatively high. Xiao Xuangshan was helpless. This meant that Changqing liquid could only be sold in small batches in a short period of time. It must undergo a series of rigorous tests and obtain drug qualifications. Jiang Ning thought for a while and confirmed, as long as no drug ingredients are detected, it can pass the cosmetics certification, right? Hearing Jiang Ning say this, Xiao Xuangshan was puzzled. Do you want to change the formula? But after changing the formula, can you still guarantee the effect? Jiang Ning said, it shouldn't be necessary. I'll try it and give you the results within 3 days. Continue with the drug certification. Don't stop for the time being. Xiao Xuangshan looked at Jiang Ning's calm appearance and always felt that it was too unreal. How can you pass the test without changing the formula? And it is not enough to avoid the test once. When the Changqing liquid is officially put on the market, it may face various random inspections, even some from competitors. Jiang Ning did not answer her. He knew some spells that could conceal the drug. As long as they were optimized, no one could detect the drug ingredients. Xiao Xuangshan did not understand Jiang Ning, but she did not look down on him because of his age. So far, she knew very well that Jiang Ning had absolute authority over Changqing liquid at this stage and could decide whether she could be the agent of Changqing liquid. So she had to build a good relationship with Jiang Ning. The two discussed the promotion steps of Changqing liquid again. Most of the time, Xiao Xuangshan was talking and Jiang Ning occasionally gave some opinions. During the discussion, Xiao Xuangshan felt that Jiang Ning was not simple and he knew no less about promotion than she did. It's getting late. You haven't eaten yet. There is a grilled fish restaurant over there in the department store that tastes very good. Let's go and try it together. Xiao Xuangshan invited. She often went to that restaurant with her bestie and recharged a card. Okay. Jiang Ning didn't refuse. It was necessary to build a good relationship with Xiao Xuangshan. He could certainly tie Xiao Xuangshan down with the evergreen liquid and his extraordinary power, but if he added a little friendship, the relationship would be stronger. Xiao Xuangshan didn't have much hope, but Jiang Ning actually agreed. She was stunned for a moment, then said, then let's go. She closed the door of the shop and put up a sign saying it was closed. It was around 7:30 in the evening, and she usually stayed open until after 10 o'clock. Xiao Shuangshang's car was parked on the side of the road. It was a German sedan with a relatively new appearance. Driving all the way to the department store, Xiao Shuangshang took Jiang Ning into a grilled fish restaurant. After the waiter brought the menu, Xiao Shuangshang asked, "Can you eat spicy food?" "Yes." "Okay, medium spicy." She also ordered 2 additional side dishes, a dessert, and a bottle of freshly squeezed lemon juice. While waiting for the food, Jiang Ning leaned back in his seat and looked through his phone. There were a bunch of private messages in the forum. The information about the last material of the spirit formation, blue glass silk, had been collected. Jiang Ning transferred 5,000 yuan to the lucky netizen. He could feel the other party's excitement through the screen. It seemed that the netizen this time was not as generous as the netizen who played with stones last time. Taking advantage of this popularity, Jiang Ning posted another post, saying 3 materials in one breath. He could not find these 3 materials on the internet, so he could only ask someone to help identify them. Just as Jiang Ning was swiping his phone, a wave of consciousness suddenly came from his spiritual consciousness. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness only maintained about 10 meters around his body, so it consumed very little. With his current reaction speed, within 10 meters, unless he was unlucky enough to be shot by a shell, there were not many things that could kill him instantly. His eyes swept towards the place where his spiritual consciousness touched, and the figures of 2 women appeared in his sight. In an instant, Ding Xuan felt her skin cold. She subconsciously looked over there, and then saw a handsome boy looking at her calmly. He is Jiang Ning. Although Ding Xuan had never seen Jiang Ning, her strong sixth sense told her that the man was Jiang Ning, and she would never mistake him. That was the feeling she had when the invisible man appeared that day. It turned out to be him. Ding Xuan felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She still remembered Jiang Ning's death threat that night. She did not dare to disobey him afterwards. It can be said that this was the most frustrating thing she had suffered in the past 15 years. She was even unable to make any resistance. How can a mortal fight against the extraordinary? Even if Jiang Ning kills her directly, no one will notice. "Xuan, what's wrong?" Lin Han asked. She followed Ding Xuan's gaze and saw a familiar woman. "Hey, old classmate." Lin Han thought indifferently. She studied in the 4th middle school in high school and was in the same class as Xiao Shuangshang. They used to compete with each other, but she was always the winner. Looking back now, it is still quite interesting. But 10 years have passed, and Xiao Shuangshang's classmates have already been pulled far behind her. At the last class reunion, she had learned that Xiao Shuangshang first worked as a nurse, and then returned to Yazhou to inherit the family business, and became the owner of a small shop. Now looking at it again, she is just an ordinary woman who is a little prettier. Lin Han didn't go over to say hello. Those things deep in her memory made them stay there honestly. Lin Han took Ding Xuan to sit nearby, and the manager of the store immediately came up to greet them. This store was invested by Lin Han's brother and the business was pretty good. Xiao Shuangshang naturally noticed Lin Han, but also didn't say hello. When the grilled fish came up, Xiao Shuangshang tasted a few bites. Jiang Ning stopped looking at his phone, and the two finally started chatting. Xiao Shuangshang gestured to Jiang Ning. "The girl you saw just now, she was very pretty, right?" When Jiang Ning looked at Lin Han and the others just now, she saw it clearly, and she had to say that the little girl was much prettier than the previous Lin Han. Not bad. Jiang Ning tasted the fish, and Xiao Shuangshang didn't know whether he was talking about the fish or the girl. "You're pretty handsome. Do you have a girlfriend at school?" Xiao Shuangshang saw that Jiang Ning's personality didn't seem to have many edges and corners, so she spoke more freely. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to answer, she continued to talk to herself. "When I was your age." Her tone was full of the old age of an elder, recalling the past. "Why, when you were my age, did you have 7 or 8 boyfriends at the same time?" Jiang Ning asked her. Xiao Shuangshang was speechless, thinking that Jiang Ning was such an annoying kid, but she was 10 years older than Jiang Ning after all, so she could still make jokes. "That's not the case. I remember that a girl and I were both chasing after a boy. I spent half a month knitting a scarf, but before I could give it to him, he was already with that girl." Xiao Shuangshang said regretfully. Jiang Ning asked, "What happened to that scarf later?" Xiao Shuangshan, why would you pay attention to a scarf? Don't you want to ask me why you lost? It's normal that you lost, because the one who snatched the boy was the woman who just came in. Jiang Ning said. How did you know? Xiao Shuangshan was stunned and couldn't believe it at all. Jiang Ning said calmly, when you said that sentence just now, you looked at her 5 times, 3 times directly, and twice out of the corner of your eye, and your eyes were avoiding her. That's the behavior of a loser. You. Xiao Shuangshan's eyes widened, and she almost swore. Chapter 80 Extraordinary. At night, at the river dam. Yes, these are the jade pendants I sent to you. Jiang Ning answered the phone call from his parents. It didn't cost much. My classmate's family makes jade. I know. I'll thank him and treat him to a meal later. Wear the jade pendants well. Don't feel bad about it. Jiang Ning said a few words and then hung up the phone. His parents were away from home for a long time and only went home during the Chinese New Year. After giving them 2 protective jade pendants, he felt much more at ease. Jiang Ning walked on the road. The mountain bike beside him was parallel to him and moved forward automatically. It was very strange. The lights were on in the room. Jiang Ning cast her spells to condense water balls, clean his whole body, and remove the smell of grilled fish from his clothes. He sat at the desk and wrote with a pen. Jiang Ning was improving his spells and evolving a spell that could hide the medicinal ingredients of Changqing liquid. Jiang Ning was once a real ascetic monk. In the past 300 years, 90% of the time was in seclusion. He created more than a dozen cultivation methods and nearly 100 small spells. Being quite good at this, combined with the knowledge learned in the present world, it is not difficult to create a spell to conceal the drug ingredients. Jiang Ning screened the spells, and then according to the drug ingredients of the Changqing liquid, he turned them into symbols, began to combine, listed formulas, and carved complex lines on A4 paper. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, until 7 pages of A4 paper were filled. Jiang Ning finally determined a formula. Next, as long as the correctness of this formula is proved, and then the spell is cast according to the steps, the drug ingredients of the Changqing liquid can be hidden and eliminated, allowing it to debut as a cosmetic. However, if you want to prove this formula, it is not easy. In the past, Jiang Ning often spent half a month or even 2 months to deduce the steps for experiments. But in terms of time, it can't catch up with the 3 days promised to Xiao Shuangshan. But Jiang Ning was not worried. He extended his consciousness and swept towards Zhu Yuantang's room. Zhu Yuantang huddled in bed, with the lazy green jade pendant nestled in front of her chest. A pair of small hands stretched out from the cuffs of her pajamas, holding the mobile phone to play games, and the light of the screen was imprinted in her dark eyes. Jiang Ning sent her a questions message. Zhu Yuantang, do you think you are smart? Humph, I'm a genius. Jiang Ning, really? Surprised. Zhu Yuantang, hahaha, have you ever seen someone like me who cooks delicious food, rides a battery bike very fast, and is super good at doing housework? If I'm not a genius, then what am I? Have you finished reading the formula table I gave you? Jiang Ning asked. Some time ago, he taught her the exclusive formula table that he used to create magic. TSK, I have mastered it a long time ago. Zhu Yuantang replied. Well, now I have a complicated formula here. If you can verify it for me, I will recognize your identity as a genius. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power and sent several pages of draft paper to the door of Zhu Yuantang's house. After Zhu Yuantang learned about it, he jumped off the bed, stepped on his slippers, ran to the door, and took the draft paper. Wait, I'll give it to you in a while. Zhu Yuantang turned on the desk lamp, bit his pencil, and buried his head in calculations. Jiang Ning's consciousness observed that she had worked hard, and she lit a stick of soul-sinking incense with satisfaction. The verification of this formula is quite difficult, and it is perfect for testing Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning was in the smoke, tempering his consciousness, and preparing to have a good sleep, after refining his spirit. Before the incense was burned out, the questions prompt sounded. Jiang Ning, I'm done. Alright. Jiang Ning opened his eyes. His eyes were incredible. The draft paper is under the door for you. Go get it quickly. Zhu Yuantang shrank back to the bed. Jiang Ning waved gently, and the spiritual power carried the draft paper into the room. 8 pages of A4 paper, 1 more page than before. The extra page was written by Zhu Yuantong, and only half of it was written. Jiang Ning spent 10 minutes verifying the draft paper, and found that it was completely correct, without any omissions or redundant steps. The exquisite formula was like a work of art, intoxicating. At this moment, Jiang Ning actually felt that this work of art was silently laughing at his stupidity. Jiang Ning suddenly felt a sense of defeat. He had not experienced this kind of defeat for many years, since he learned that he had the strongest spiritual root, the heavenly spiritual root. He sent a message to Zhu Yuantang with difficulty. "It only took you 20 minutes. Zhu Yuantang replied in seconds. "It was only 10 minutes actually. Your handwriting was too ugly, so I spent an extra 10 minutes to recognize it." Jiang Ning, Yazhou Center, Commercial Office Building. The monthly exam is coming soon, and the investment here is progressing steadily. You should go back to school. Lin Han was wearing a suit. It's time to go back. Ding Xuan was also wearing a suit, with thin shoulders and a slightly immature temperament. "I'll arrange you to class 1 of number 4 middle school. Fatty Lin and Zhuang Jianu can protect you." Lin Han overlooked the night view of the city outside the French window. "There are all kinds of people in the school. The students are immature and ignorant of the ways of the world. With them helping you, I don't have to worry." Ding Xuan was silent. In fact, at that moment just now, she wanted to say that she wanted to go to class 8. But in the end she couldn't say it out loud. She was not afraid that her aunt would doubt it, but she was worried about Jiang Ning. If he thought that she was provoking him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The attraction of transcendence is too great. Ding Xuan has seen many landscapes and many people in the world, but she has never heard of the existence of transcendence. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been so interested in something. Keep your troops in place and wait for the opportunity. You will wait. Ding Xuan was silent. First day of school, class 8 classroom. Jiang Ning, I wiped your seat for you. Zheng Lu held a tissue to take credit. Jiang Ning was not surprised. After the first class, "I'll treat you to something to eat." "Great." Ma Shiqing, the same table, saw Jiang Ning coming and said solemnly, "I heard that something happened in class 10 upstairs." Zheng Lu interrupted, "I heard that it seemed like a fight. It was pretty serious. The guy was in the hospital." Hearing what the two said, Jiang Ning recalled that the incident in his memory seemed to have happened during this period. Ma Shiqing narrated, "On the afternoon of the last day of last week, there was no teacher in the last class of class 10. Wu Zhaoqi was on the podium, questioning another student in their class, saying that the student said bad things about him behind his back, and asked him to give an explanation. Then the student denied it. Wu Zhaoqi kept questioning him, and finally other students in the class stood up to identify him. Wu Zhaoqi was so angry that he took out a steel bar. You know, steel bars are the kind of steel bars on the construction site, as thick as fingers. He ran down from the podium with the steel bars and hit a classmate on the head. When Ma Shiqing was narrating, his expression was a little ugly, and he was even a little scared. A steel bar hit the head and sent the other party to the hospital. Fortunately, the injury was not serious, and he has been discharged now. However, this matter has been spread, and the impact is very bad. Zheng Lu was a little angry. It's too careless to hit someone. How can you hit someone with a steel bar? Such a person should be expelled. Ma Shiqing shook his head. He glanced around, as if he was keeping it a secret. After making sure no one was paying attention, he said, "Wu Zhaoqi's family is responsible for providing teaching materials." He pointed to the textbooks on the table. "Do you understand what I mean?" Zheng Lu said indignantly, "He should be expelled for this." Jiang Ning knew that Wu Zhaoqi was not expelled, but was transferred to another class. Unfortunately, he was transferred to their class 8. "Thank you for your awards. Thinking without evil, good thoughts, memories of confusion and killing, reliable adult man." Chapter 81 Passing. In the first class of the evening self-study, chemistry class, Guo Ran talked about the chemistry test paper. The chemistry test paper for the first year of high school is not difficult, and it tests memory. Jiang Ning checked the answers and all the answers on the test paper he did were correct. After class, Jiuo Ran called Jiang Ning to her office. When Jiang Ning returned to the class, he had a large bag of snacks in his hand. Ma Shichen witnessed the scene of Jiang Ning going to the office to pick up snacks. He was confused at first, and then asked, "What is your relationship with the chemistry teacher?" Jiang Ning picked up the bag of snacks and said lightly, "I'm her student, and she personally appointed the class representative." Ma Shichen covered his chest, feeling so heartbroken that he could not say anything more. This is definitely not just a class representative. Jiang Ning took a few bags of snacks and distributed them to Zhenglu at the front desk. "I'm late for a while, so I won't invite you out to eat. I'll give you some snacks." Of course, Ma Shichen also got 2 bags. In the second class, Shan Qingrang entered the class, followed by a boy with a school bag. Ma Shichen opened half of his snacks and whispered when he saw the man, "Isn't he Wu Zhaoqi? He is from class 10. Why is he in our class?" Ma Shichen couldn't understand. Jiang Ning said, "Let's take a look first." At the same time, some classmates in the class recognized Wu Zhaoqi and felt a little strange. Most people disliked people like Wu Zhaoqi, including Wang Yang in the front row. Wang Yang was well informed and naturally heard about Wu Zhaoqi. Lin Zida and others unanimously defined Wu Zhaoqi as a lunatic. Yes, a lunatic. In terms of family background, they were not afraid of Wu Zhaoqi, but a lunatic like Wu Zhaoqi could not be treated with common sense at all. Hitting a classmate's head with a steel bar is not knowing the severity at all. It is possible to cause serious injuries or even worse things. This is Wu Zhaoqi from class 10. He will be transferred to our class in the future, Shan Qingrang said. The classmates below behaved very calmly, and no one applauded to welcome him. Shan Qingrang could understand that he actually didn't want to accept Wu Zhaoqi. If such a scourge stayed in the class and thundered one day, it would be his fault. Class 8 is not a trash can that accepts all kinds of students. It's just that the world is not black and white. In his position, there are always some things that he can't refuse, and he can't refuse. He doesn't have the skills of English teacher Chen Haiyang. Although Chen Haiyang is bald, his qualifications and teaching level are the kind that Yuzhou No. 2 middle school is vying for. If Chen Haiyang is the head teacher of class 8, the school will definitely not dare to force Wu Zhaoqi to come. Chen Haiyang even scolded the grade director. Last time at the school meeting, if the vice principal hadn't stopped him, Chen Haiyang almost beat up the grade director. Shan Qingrang looked at the young faces below, that kind of vigor and vitality, and he sighed in his heart, how good youth is. Wu Zhaoqi, there is an empty table in the back, and a stool in the corner. You can sit by yourself for the time being, Shan Qingrang explained. After hearing this, Wu Zhaoqi came to the last row with his school bag on his back, and put his things on the desk. There are 4 tables in a row in the classroom, with 8 seats. The 2 tables in the middle are close together, which is equivalent to 4 people sitting close together. Wu Zhaoqi sat next to Shan Keiquan. Shan Keiquan cursed in his heart. After hearing about Wu Zhaoqi's deeds, his impression of Wu Zhaoqi was that he was a psychopath similar to Song Sheng. It was too late to stay away from him, but now he sat next to him. After Shan Qingrang left the class, Ma Shichen ate an almond. There is a transfer student in the next class 1. I heard that she is very pretty. Zhenglu turned around and asked, how pretty is she? Is she as pretty as Bei Yuxia? For many girls in class 8, they recognized that the best looking girl was Bei Yuxia. Of course, if you count potential, Zhu Yuantang deserves it. His eyes and nose are too delicate. However, Zhu Yuantang's presence is not high, and he has a good relationship with Jiang Ning, so he is rarely discussed. Ma Shichen said, it is said that she is prettier than Bei Yuxia. The answer was a little beyond Zhenglu's expectations, so she asked, it's a bit strange to transfer to number 4 middle school at this time. Ma Shichen, it is said that he signed up at the beginning of the school year, but he has not come because of family matters. I suddenly thought of Song Sheng. After he left, there were only 51 people. Now there is another one, so it's all done. Ma Shichen smiled. Jiang Ning did not join in their conversation, but thought silently. Since Zhu Yuantang proved the mathematical formula that combined the drug ingredients and spiritual power, Jiang Ning created a new spell based on the formula, which he named Yuan Yishu. The function of Yuan Yishu is to use spiritual power to return the ingredients in the evergreen liquid to their original state, so that the part involving the medicinal materials disappears and does not show up. In this way, the part left outside is the non-drug part. He used Yuan Yishu to cover up the drug ingredients in the evergreen liquid to ensure that no testing agency can detect it. Jiang Ning sent a message to Xiao Xuangshan, telling her that the matter had been resolved and asking her to withdraw her medical certification and go the cosmetic route. At the same time, Jiang Ning refined a new batch of Changqing liquid, a total of 100 bottles, and gave it to Xiao Xuangshan. This batch of Changqing liquid has been processed by Yuan Yi technique. In the future, all Changqing liquid sold to the outside world must be processed by Yuan Yi technique before it can be sold. On the other hand, the soul of the big wolf dog has been cultivated by Jiang Ning, and with the help of Shenlin incense, it has been transformed into a pure spirit, which can be engraved with magic. Jiang Ning plans to set up the formation to extract the medicinal materials of Changqing liquid. He temporarily placed the formation in the kitchen of the rented house. The kitchen area is okay. Anyway, he usually eats at Zhu Yuantang's house, so it's just right to use the idle kitchen. Time slips away day by day, the monthly exam is approaching, and the atmosphere of the first grade is getting more and more solemn. The students in the next class 1 usually don't come out during the break. They are all reading books and doing exercises. The ordinary class is a little easier, but Deng Qingfeng, Chen Qian, Wang Yang and others in the front row are also doing test papers, often discussing problems together, and occasionally there are debates in the class. This caused disdain from the students in the back row. For example, Shan Kaiquan often complained in private, "They pretend to be good students, why don't they go to class 1? However, whenever Bei Yuxia participated in the exchange, Shan Kaiquan would not complain, but would think in his heart, Bei Yuxia is so beautiful and works so hard. I have a good eye. If I fall in love with Bei Yuxia, she can teach me how to do questions in the future. The learning atmosphere will affect people. When others are working hard, and you are degenerating, you will always feel guilty, as if you have wasted your time." Although Shan Kaiquan often despises the students in the front row, he still puts down his mobile phone and flips through the textbooks. Sometimes he and Jiuo Kunan would argue over the questions. Both of them thought their answers were correct, so they quarreled fiercely. Later, Shan Kaiquan took this opportunity to find Bei Yuxia and ask questions, only to find that they were both wrong. The day before the monthly exam, it started to drizzle outside the classroom. "Jiang Ning, can you help me with this chemistry question?" Zheng Lu asked. Since she had asked Jiang Ning a question once before, and Jiang Ning answered it easily, she would always come to Jiang Ning for help when she encountered a difficult problem in chemistry. After Jiang Ning explained a problem to her, he looked at the whole class. Huang Zhengfei was studying, Wang Langlan was studying, Hu Jun, Jiuo Kunan, and Shan Kaiquan were all studying. Then he looked at Ma Shichen next to him. Well, Ma Shichen's desk was piled high with books. He held his mobile phone in both hands and was quite obsessed with the game, which was out of tune with the whole class. These days, Ma Shichen did what he should do and never touched the textbooks. He is a loyal player and will not change his mentality of playing games because of external influences. As a result, Ma Shichen once again surpassed Zheng Lu's game score by a fraction, and he should not be underestimated in the future. Because it is a new book period, 2 chapters a day, updated at 8 AM and around 8 PM. Occasionally, one more chapter. The recent data is okay. Although it is far from the Sanjiang recommendation, there is no problem in other recommendations. Let's see how far it can go. Once it's on the shelves, I'll post 3, 4, or 5 chapters a day, no more than 2 chapters anyway. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Chess. The drizzle outside the classroom gradually became heavier. Fortunately, the students had made sufficient preparations today. At noon, umbrellas of various colors bloomed on the campus, like flowers, competing for beauty. Jiang Ning held up the umbrella, released his spiritual power, and drove away the rain falling from the edge. Zhu Yuantang hid under the umbrella and walked carefully. Following the flow of people out of the school gate, he came to the restaurant he had last time. The proprietress had some impression of Jiang Ning and greeted him warmly. Jiang Ning did not ask Zhu Yuantang's opinion and ordered a few dishes as usual. Jiang Ning, the exam is coming soon. Do you have any questions for me? Zhu Yuantang decided to care about him. No. Jiang Ning said. The knowledge of the first semester of the first year of high school is not difficult. With his level, it is no problem to get into the top 10 in the grade. Okay. Zhu Yuantang did not speak again. She just thought that after the exam, she would change her position and officially help Jiang Ning. While Jiang Ning was waiting for the meal, Ma Shichen came in alone. After seeing Jiang Ning, his eyes lit up and walked towards this side. Jiang Ning, I noticed that you always come out to eat when it rains. Ma Shichen said. Yes, do you want to come together? Jiang Ning invited. Ma Shichen shook his head. I'd better eat alone. In fact, he was somewhat tempted, but when he thought that Jiang Ning's meals were more extravagant, he must have ordered a lot of dishes. If divided equally, the money he had to share might be higher than 2 meals at ordinary times. Perhaps with Jiang Ning's personality, he would directly treat him, but Ma Shichen didn't like to take advantage of others. Besides, Jiang Ning had already treated him once last time. Jiang Ning looked behind Ma Shichen, and Ji Yuo-kun and others did not follow him last time. Didn't you eat with them before? Ma Shichen smiled after hearing this. I feel that it's more fun to eat alone. In fact, the matter of eating together was first organized by Ma Shichen. It was still very happy in the first few days. There were many kinds of dishes to eat, and they could chat together. But later, problems gradually arose. Some people avoided certain foods, were picky eaters, didn't eat green vegetables, didn't eat carrots, didn't eat onions, and there were all kinds of people. Every time, many dishes could not be ordered. That's fine, it's still better than eating alone. What Ma Shichen can't stand the most is that when there are 6 of them eating, sometimes a meal costs 62 yuan, and it's hard to divide it equally. Ma Shichen is the one who pays the bill. Many times after the bill is settled, everyone only gives 10 yuan with a smile, so that he will have 1 or 2 more yuan every time he eats. It's not much money, but it affects the mentality. Moreover, the prices of the dishes ordered each time are different. Some students are not conscious and always pick the expensive dishes to eat. After eating a few times, Ma Shichen was not happy and simply went out to eat by himself. Seeing that Ma Shichen didn't agree and didn't invite him again, Jiang Ning's consciousness moved. At the door of the store, Dong Qingfeng, Wan Yang, and Chen Kan walked in first, followed by Bei Yuxia and a pair of twins. Ma Shichen greeted them when he saw them. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Siqing stared at Jiang Ning, especially Chen Siqing, who still remembered that day when Jiang Ning refused to play table tennis with her. The restaurant is not very large, so they chose the table in front of Ma Shichen and ordered a few dishes. Ma Shichen watched silently and found that the dishes they ordered were also not cheap. Dong Qingfeng and the others talked and laughed, and from time to time some words such as test papers, grades, difficult problems, and grade rankings popped up. Ma Shichen was not interested, and he took out his mobile phone to play games. Jiang Ning said to Zhu Yuantang, play chess. Jiang Ning has a chess software on his mobile phone that can play online. Zhu Yuantang was very excited, and she said reservedly, okay, I'll play 2 games with you. In fact, she was almost excited inside. Since the last defeat in table tennis, Jiang Ning finally hit her strong point again. She wanted to kill her without leaving a single piece of armor today. Zhu Yuantang still remembers that when she was a child, there were no peers around her. She was very bored at home and could only hold a book of Grimm's fairy tales and read it repeatedly. At that time, there were a few old ladies knitting and shoe-uppers at the door, as well as old men playing chess, and a lot of people gathered around to watch. Zhu Yuantang also came up to watch. At first, she didn't understand it, but watching the old man blowing his beard and staring, it felt very interesting. After returning home, she found some cardboard, drew a chessboard, carved chess pieces, and studied every day. Later, her mother came back and taught her the rules of chess, so Zhu Yuantang played chess with herself every day. After practicing for a while, she played chess with her mother, but her mother was no match at all. Zhu Yuantang often won in 13 moves. So Zhu Yuantang walked out of the house and went to play chess with the group of old men. At first, the old man was very happy. He didn't expect that such a young chess friend would join. It is really a cause for celebration that there are successes in the way of chess. The old men who like to teach others rushed to play chess with Zhu Yuantang, while the old lady smiled and knitted sweaters beside him and would give food to Zhu Yuantang. At the beginning, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Until 7 days later, Zhu Yuantang shaved the old man into a bald general. This was done with the joint guidance and support of several old men. The old men were so angry that they overturned the chessboard. Since then, Zhu Yuantang has never seen the old men set up the chessboard again. Later, his mother said that only when Zhu Yuantang went to school would the old men set up the chessboard and discuss chess skills. When Zhu Yuantang was about to finish school, they would quickly put away the chessboard. Zhu Yuantang never played chess again after that. At this moment, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang started a game of chess. The first game only took 3 minutes, and Jiang Ning defeated Zhu Yuantang. The second game took 5 minutes. Zhu Yuantang was unwilling to give up in the third game, and was ready to take revenge, but the food arrived. She didn't want to eat, and insisted on finishing the game with Jiang Ning. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuantang still lost the third game. Jiang Ning felt a little tired. During the years of cultivating immortals in his previous life, he often used chess to relieve boredom. Over the long years, he practiced superb chess skills. However, chess is not the longer you play, the stronger you will be, otherwise those chess grandfathers at the entrance of the village may be invincible. With years of experience, one can become a master at this dish, but if one wants to go further, one needs talent. Zhu Yuantang has made great progress in these few games. If he continues, the outcome will be unpredictable. Jiang Ning put away his phone. Let's eat. Zhu Yuantang snorted. Let's continue in the evening. We'll talk about it then. Jiang Ning said perfunctorily. After Jiang Ning finished his meal, he left the restaurant with Ma Shicheng. Dong Qingfeng and the others came late, and they only ate half of the meal, because they were talking and laughing. After seeing Jiang Ning and the others leave, Dong Qingfeng said, Jiang Ning's family condition should be good, right? The dishes he ordered are quite good. Chen Kan didn't think so, not necessarily. Don't you know what the people in the back row are like? They often eat well one meal, and eat steamed buns with Laogan Ma the next. He still remembers the scene of quarreling with Shan Keikun in the group that day, and he disliked the people in the back row. Although Chen Kan was a bit of a group attack, Dong Qingfeng also admitted that the group of people in the back row were really not good. They were completely the cancer of the class. This time, the average score of class 8's monthly exam might be dragged down by them. Wang Yang was eating and did not participate. Lin Zida asked him about Jiang Ning. He believed that Jiang Ning was not simple, so he did not follow the words of the two. Instead, Chen Siking next to him said, the girl opposite Jiang Ning is very pretty. Thank you. Book friend 20220381720523777. Quote. Big bookish. It's really hard to come up with a nickname. Grey Fantasy. Thank you for your awards. Chapter 83 Positioning. Chen Kan saw the twins talking and looked at them. He couldn't tell which one was Chen Xiaoyu from his class. He simply didn't tell them apart and said, she is Zhu Yuantang. She sits in the front row, so her grades should be average. Speaking of Zhu Yuantang, Chen Kan felt a little sorry. Such a lovely girl actually hangs out with Jiang Ning all day long. It is said that they go to school and go home together every day. Zhu Yuantang looks like a good student, but unfortunately she doesn't read much. After class, she always lies on the table, as if she hasn't woken up yet. I think she has been influenced by being close to students like Jiang Ning. Students with good grades always have an inexplicable sense of superiority when facing poor students. Grades are the class of the school. There are indeed poor students and excellent students who are good friends, but it is rare. That is, the so-called circles are different. Jiang Ning is good at fighting, but in Chen Kan's mind, what's the big deal about being good at fighting? Will she be a security guard after graduation? He really doesn't dare to provoke Jiang Ning, but if it comes to future prospects, what does Jiang Ning count for? Chen Xiqing asked in confusion. I feel that Zhu Yuantang's grades are pretty good. I see that she always gets the right answer when the teacher asks her questions. When Chen Xiqing and her sister Chen Xiaoyu switched classes, they happened to see Zhu Yuantang being asked questions by the teacher. She didn't understand those questions, but Zhu Yuantang answered them correctly. Chen Qian took a look at Chen Xiqing and confirmed that she was Chen Xiaoyu from class 8. Thinking that he had distinguished the twins, he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. In front of the three girls, Chen Qian said as a matter of course, the questions the teacher asked in class were relatively simple. King Feng, you stand up to answer questions, and you never miss one, right? Dong King Feng, indeed, all correct. Me too. Chen Qian said indifferently. Chen Xiaoyu and her sister showed admiration on their faces, and Chen Qian was immediately overjoyed, and he no longer held back. The teacher's questions don't mean anything. I don't know if you have heard a saying, on a test paper, some people can get 100 points, it's because their ability is only 100 points, and some people get 100 points, because the full score of the test paper is only 100 points. It's like the questions asked by the teacher in class. It seems that Zhu Yuantang answered correctly, but in fact, it is different from mine. He said with a dry mouth, and drank a sip of purified water in a plastic cup. Although Dong King Feng felt that Chen Qian was a bit pretentious, there was still some truth to his words. He continued, wait until this monthly exam is over, and you will know what the gap is. Chen Qian was confident. I have set my goal to be in the top 50 in the grade. Wang Yang interrupted, the top 50 is a bit difficult. The 3 experimental classes are too strong. I heard that they usually have one more test paper than us. Chen Qian felt that Wang Yang was a bit of a downer, and he said, they did score higher than us in the high school entrance examination, but only temporarily, not forever. We will take them down this time, and you just wait and see. Bei Yuxia had been silent before, but now looking at Chen Qian who was full of fighting spirit, she agreed, indeed, we can't be afraid to compete with them, just because we are afraid of the experimental classes. In the future, our opponents will still be number 2 middle school and 2 county number 1 middle school. Especially in terms of top students, 2 county number 1 middle school is better than number 2 middle school. We will definitely compete with them in the college entrance examination in the future. Seeing the support of Bei Yuxia, the most beautiful girl in the class, Chen Qian was very happy. I'm treating you to this meal today. Think of it as a celebration dinner in advance. Wang Yang looked at him strangely. He felt that Chen Qian was so arrogant today. He was usually a very steady person, but after drinking a few glasses of mineral water, he started to brag. However, Wang Yang didn't feel much disgust. Although Chen Qian was arrogant, he still had some ability. His grades in the 2 main subjects of mathematics and Chinese were very outstanding, and his writing skills were very high. He was praised several times by the Chinese teacher Dai Yangqun. In the evening self-study, Shan Qingrang came over to explain the precautions for tomorrow's monthly exam. There was no distinction between arts and sciences in the first year of high school. Not only would there be 3 main subjects, Chinese, mathematics and English, but all other secondary subjects would be tested. Shan Qingrang distributed the exam list of class 8 and asked everyone to read it and write down their exam room and exam number. Then he took out a stack of exam number sheets and divided half of them. Huang Zhangfei, you can stick them on each seat. He took the other half. Wang Longlong, you can stick these on. Wang Longlong ran to the podium happily and took the exam number sheets, feeling extremely proud. What does this mean? This shows that the head teacher trusts him. It is not far away for him to replace Huang Zhangfei as the class monitor. The future is promising. The 2 of them posted the test number sheets along the aisle. Other students were looking through the test list. Since it was the first monthly test, the high school entrance examination results were not used as a reference. This time, the examination room and seats were randomly assigned. This also means that the top students will sit together with the poor students. Many students in the back row of the classroom were lucky. If the students in the experimental class were sitting next to them, wouldn't they be able to cheat? Shan Qingrong stood on the podium, facing the whole class, and reminded, I know what you are thinking, but don't be lucky, don't deceive yourself. You can cheat your grades now, but can you cheat in the college entrance examination? There are 2 cameras in front and behind the college entrance examination room, and 2 or 3 invigilators. Can you cheat? Shan Qingrong said this, but the students below didn't care. The college entrance examination was still a long way off. It's fun to cheat now. After Jiang Ning looked at the distribution of the examination rooms of his classmates, he said to Shan Kaikwen, I'm in room 3, you are in room 9, we are not together. He seemed inexplicably regretful. Shan Kaikwen was thinking, fortunately I'm not with you, if you were sitting next to me, I would cry to death. Shan Kaikwen said, I don't know if there is anyone who studies well in the examination room number 9. I'll go and get to know him tomorrow and buy him a bottle of water. Jiang Ning said, I don't need it. I'll search the answers directly on my phone. No, there is a shielding device for the monthly exam in number 4 middle school, so I can't search it. Shan Kaikwen specially asked someone to find out. Damn, what should I do? Jiang Ning is very clear about his level. I'll go to the examination room tomorrow and see what's going on. The list was passed to Jiang Ning, and he confirmed that the examination room number 8 was exactly this class, no different from the previous life, but the examination number had changed from number 17 to number 16. Jiang Ning guessed that it was probably because Song Sheng was sent to the hospital by him, and there was a person missing for the monthly exam, so he handed in number 16. The position of number 16, is the second row of the classroom. Bei Yuxia's desk had just been pasted with a note with number 16 by Wang Langlang. This position is not good. It is under the teacher's eyes, and it is not easy to make small movements. It doesn't matter, Jiang Ning doesn't need to cheat. After the evening self-study, the rain stopped, and Jiang Ning ran into Wang Langlang on his way back. Wang Langlang greeted the 2 of them. He was recognized by the head teacher, and he was in a very good mood today, walking lightly. After returning home, Wang Langlang locked himself in the room and began to prepare for the work report. After the evening self-study every day, he would report to Shan Qingrong what happened in the class that day. Except for the weekend holiday, he never missed it. Wang Langlang pondered for a long time and began to record. After you left, Teacher Shan, the evening self-study should have been quiet, but the discussion of the students in the front row could be heard from far away, and Ong Qingfeng was arguing with someone again. Shen Qinj took out her lipstick and smeared it on her lips. I couldn't help but want to shout, are you here to study? But I didn't shout it out. This should have been what the monitor Huang Zhongfei should do. Every time I think about it, I don't understand it anyway. Shan Kaikwen in the back row was singing, Hu Jun was laughing wildly, and Pang Jiao was arguing with someone. Go and have a look. This is also my problem. I'm not the monitor, but I always ask for trouble. I went to dissuade him, but Pang Jiao spit on me, and I was scolded for nothing. However, I was concerned about the class after all, and I couldn't change it. Maybe school is always like this. I have sharp eyes, and noticed my OZHE's abnormality. I have a good memory for bad things, so I paid attention to him. This time, I saw clearly that he put the phone under the multimedia to charge. When he came down from the podium, I told him what I saw, but he stopped smiling and left unhappily. I realized later that I shouldn't have interrupted his interest. I probably couldn't help him, because I wasn't the monitor. This was not my personal opinion, I just told Teacher Shan the truth. After confirming it again, Wang Langlang sent it to Shan Qingrong via questions. Faculty building. Shan Qingrong poured a cup of tea and looked through his phone. He was quite satisfied with Wang Langlang as a student. He was down to earth and hardworking, much more dedicated than Huang Zhongfei. Shan Qingrong saw that Wang Langlang wanted to be the monitor, but he thought that Wang Langlang was more suitable to be a shadow. He replied, I have read it, not bad. Keep up the good work. Wang Langlang, great, great. Then, he pulled out a few famous books from the bookshelf, thinking about how to step on Huang Zhongfei in the future to highlight his own glory and greatness. Recently, everyone should keep reading and try the Sanjiang recommendation. I will update 10 chapters for you when I go to Sanjiang. Chapter 84 Praise. On the day of the monthly exam, early in the morning, it was a sunny day after the rain, and the white clouds seemed to have just combed their hair, quietly coiling in the sky. Jiang Ning rode a bicycle with Zhu Yuantang. My mother cooked corn. It's so sweet, I'll give you one. Zhu Yuantang carried 2 exam bags and 2 bags of corn in the other hand. Thank Aunt Gu for me, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang said, I'm the one you should thank, because I asked my mother to cook it. Thank you, Zhu Yuantang. Yeah, I'm glad you know. Jiang Ning, after the exam at noon, I'll go to the classroom door to find you. Don't sneak away. Zhu Yuantang was taking the exam in class 10 and was not on the same floor as Jiang Ning. Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Zhu Yuantang didn't know what Jiang Ning's grades were, but there was no doubt that they were much worse than hers. In this case, it would be difficult for them to be in the same exam room for the next exam. So she said, do you want the answers? I'll send you cheat sheets. How? Jiang Ning was surprised. He didn't realize that Zhu Yuantang would cheat. Oh, it's during the exam. Let's agree on a time, then leave the exam room together and meet outside. I'll give you the cheat sheets. When she was in junior high school, there were some social girls in her class who would ask her for answers before the exam. In order to avoid trouble, Zhu Yuantang would often give them the cheat sheets. In fact, Zhu Yuantang didn't like that, but if she didn't give them the answers, bad things might happen, such as being bullied. As a result, she practiced the skill of giving cheat sheets. After entering high school, with Jiang Ning around, no one would target her, and Zhu Yuantang didn't have to give cheat sheets to others. But if Jiang Ning wanted them, she was willing to take the risk and give Jiang Ning the answers. In this way, with her help, the two of them would have a high probability of taking the exam in the same exam room next time. After hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled and said, no, just do your best in the exam. Well, okay. Zhu Yuantang closed her mouth and stopped talking. Since it would be difficult for them to be in the same exam room next time, she would take advantage of the seat assignment after the monthly exam to sit with Jiang Ning and improve his grades as soon as possible. Riding all the way to school, Jiang Ning locked his mountain bike. There are many bike thieves nowadays. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, Jiang Ning always locks his mountain bike. Jiang Ning took a corn cob and a box of milk and walked towards class 8. There were some candidates from other classes sitting in the classroom, as well as students from this class, such as Ma Shicheng, who was playing games in his seat. What was different from usual was that the piles of books on the desks were gone. Last night, Shan Qingrang asked everyone to clear the desks for the exam. Some students took their books back to the dormitory, while others piled their textbooks in the corner of the classroom. Jiang Ning brought a big bag yesterday, tied his and Zhu Yuantang's books to the handlebars of the mountain bike, and took them back together. Ma Shicheng, the exam is coming soon, Jiang Ning said. Ma Shicheng continued to play games, not panicking at all. Don't worry, there are still 20 minutes. My exam room is next door and I can go anytime. He fought hard in the game. At this time, Wang Lang ran over. Brother Ma, let's go to class 1 to play games. I'm not familiar with class 1, but it's fine now. Wang Lang opened his mouth and said, Brother Ma, you are confused. Ma Shicheng looked at him in confusion. Wang Lang said excitedly, Brother Ma, why don't you go to class 1 to play games? Think about it, class 1 is an experimental class. There are good students in it, studying hard every day. We go to class 1 to play games now. Isn't it exciting? Ma Shicheng heard it, and it made sense. Playing games in the classroom is exciting, and the experimental class is equivalent to the sacred place in his heart. It is a paradise for good students, and the girls there are full of bookish temperament. When he thought about going to class 1 to play games, he had an unstoppable expectation, and goosebumps all over his body. That is definitely double the happiness. Let's go now. I'm going to play games, you watch from the side. Ma Shicheng looked excited, pulled up his pants, picked up his mobile phone, and ran to the next class 1. He couldn't wait. Don't worry, Brother Ma, I'll stand next to you and watch you play games. Wang Lang immediately followed him. His examination room was also in class 1. Jiang Ning stayed in his seat for a while and then went to his examination seat. On the upper right corner of the desk, there was a white examination number paper. Jiang Ning put down his examination tools, 2 pens, a ruler, and an examination paper pad. As the examination approached, the original students of Class 8 left here one after another. At the same time, more and more unfamiliar classmates came in. 5 minutes before the start of the examination, all the candidates and examination roommate arrived. Jiang Ning sat in his seat, and his consciousness spread out. There were a total of 28 candidates. There were also 3 classmates in the class, Chen Qian, Yang Sheng, and, fake, Chen Xiaoyu. It was Chen Xiqing, not Chen Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning could easily distinguish between the two. In addition, there were a few acquaintances, Linzida and Dong Jiai from class 1, and later in the second year of high school, after the division of liberal arts and science classes, the new male students who joined class 8. Soon, the invigilator came. It turned out to be the English teacher Chen Haiyang. Many students had experienced his strictness. However, the first subject of the monthly exam was Chinese, and there was no need to copy, so the students in the exam room were not very nervous. After receiving the test papers, Jiang Ning took one and passed the rest to the students in the back row. Behind him was Chen Xiqing. She looked at Jiang Ning with a evasive look. In fact, her sister Chen Xiaoyu was in the same position, but her sister was not good at Chinese, so she asked her to take the test for her. Before the test, the two sisters decided to focus on their respective strong subjects and let one of them get a high score. As an elder sister, she decided to let her sister feel comfortable first. At this moment, Chen Xiqing always felt that Jiang Ning saw through her and felt a little uncomfortable. Jiang Ning glanced at the test papers and started to do the questions. His memory was almost photographic, which was suitable for dealing with subjects like Chinese. Except for reading comprehension and composition, he was not sure about the rest of the scores. The monthly exam of number 4 middle school lasted 2 hours. After Jiang Ning finished writing the composition, there were still 50 minutes left. He had nothing to do, so he started to practice the exercises. According to Jiang Ning's estimation, he would be able to break through the 4th level of key training before the end of the year. At that time, his magic power and consciousness would usher in a surge. When it was the last half hour, Jiang Ning handed in the test paper and left the examination room. Chen Haiyang wanted to scold her, but she was able to hand in her paper 30 minutes earlier for this monthly exam. Chen Qian, on the other hand, looked up at Jiang Ning and continued to do the questions. Soon, the exam time was up. Chen Haiyang asked the candidates to go out and began to collect the papers. After the Chinese exam, they took a 20-minute break and the next exam was geography. After handing in the paper, Chen Qian found Chen Xiaoyu and asked, Chen Xiaoyu, how did you do in the exam? Chen Xiqing's frustration at being discovered by Jiang Ning disappeared in an instant, and her confidence returned. Chen Xiqing said, I think it's okay. I tried my best. Her grades are above average, but she is biased in some subjects. If she can gather the strength of the two sisters and combine them into one, she will definitely be able to leap to a higher level. Chen Qian was a little helpless when he heard her say this. The subject of Chinese is not as simple and crude as mathematics, and it is not easy to show off. Although his composition is good, he can't read it to Chen Xiaoyu on the spot, right? Chen Qian suppressed his impulse for the time being, showing a gentle expression, and decided to start from another level. I didn't expect that the Chinese paper could be handed in 30 minutes early. I've learned a lot. You handed in the paper so early, the score must be very good. I really envy people with such good grades. You will definitely be in the top 10 in the grade. I can't compare with you. Chen Qian said sarcastically, obviously referring to Jiang Ning. Behind him, the fat Linzida came over with a piece of bread in his mouth and glanced at him. He handed in the paper half an hour early, and he felt so comfortable being praised by Chen Qian just now. He thought this brother was very pleasing to the eye. You speak very well. Can you say a few more words? I like to listen. Chen Qian's voice stopped abruptly. He recognized Linzida, a student from the experimental class next door. In the next 3 to 5 days, everyone should not keep books. If you read the latest chapter every day, there is an 80% chance that you can be on Sanjiang. In addition, Thank you, Shenhan Moshing, Flying Milk Cat, Zixia Shuao, End of the Origin, Nansha Mirangong, Wan Qian Hebei, thank you for your awards. Chapter 85 The King of Basketball. The first day of the monthly exam lasted until 6 o'clock in the evening, when the candidates walked out of the exam room. Jiang Ning discovered that Chen Xiao and her sister had switched places several times, and no one noticed except Jiang Ning. After today's exam, many students went to get their textbooks. They had to continue their evening self-study in the evening, just in time to review tomorrow's exam subjects. Zhu Yuantang's textbooks were at home, and she said she didn't need to go back to get them, and then she lay on the desk. Jiang Ning brought her dinner. You are getting lazier and lazier, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang argued, you don't understand, I'm conserving my energy to prepare for tomorrow's exam. You didn't even take the books, how are you preparing? Jiang Ning asked her. You blocked my meal. Okay. Jiang Ning left with the snacks. Ma Shichen was still playing games. He was a real player. Wang Lang stood by and watched. He was a qualified audience. Jiang Ning, how did you do on the exam? Zheng Lu asked. We have done everything we can. Let's wait until the results come out, Zheng Lu said hesitantly. Dong Qingfeng and the others are checking their answers. She pointed to the front row of the class, where Dong Qingfeng, Chen Qian, Bei Yuxia, and Shen Qinj were checking their answers. Occasionally, there were exclamations from inside. It was completely different from the rest of the classroom, as if there was some kind of boundary. Ma Shichen was playing a game and said, look how anxious they are. Anyway, they will wait for 2 days, and the results will be out, right? Wang Lang was a big fan of Ma Shichen. He said, that's right. If they don't have any patience, they will never achieve anything great in the future. Look at my brother Ma, how calm he is, and how strong he is. Brother Ma, jump quickly. Alas, he's dead. Wang Lang sighed. Ma Shichen handed him his phone. Play a few games. I'll go out for something to eat. Wang Lang took the phone with a smile on his face. Wang Lang was playing a game here when Wu Zhaoqi came into the classroom dribbling a basketball, making a bang 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 sound. Music came from him. Think of Me as exaggerated. This song came out in the early 2000s, but it has only become popular in the past 2 years. Wu Zhaoqi must have turned up the volume of his phone to the maximum, so all the students around him could hear it. Wu Zhaoqi played basketball to the sound of the song, lifting his feet and stepping on them, hitting the ball vigorously, tilting his body left and right, and performing fancy dribbling from time to time. His level of addiction was more exaggerated than Ma Shichen's game, but he was really happy, and anyone who came could see his happiness. Zheng Lu whispered, before, there were often sounds of playing basketball upstairs, and I thought something was wrong. After he transferred to their class, I realized that he was the one who did it. There's really nothing to say about such a person. Wang Lang was playing a game, and when he looked sideways, Wu Zhaoqi was performing a crotch dribble, and the basketball hit the ground, stirring up a piece of dust. What a fool. Wang Lang cursed inwardly. Wu Zhaoqi was a basketball fanatic. He was very honest in the first few days after he came to class 8, but later he let go of his nature and played with a basketball in the open space behind the classroom all day. Sometimes he would call Jiuo Kunan and the others to play basketball on the playground, talking about basketball all the time and claiming that he would play professionally in the future. You are not even as tall as me. What kind of basketball are you playing? Wang Lang was sarcastic in his heart. Wu Zhaoqi was about 1.6 meters tall. Why would he play against the knees of professional players? The reason why he hated Wu Zhaoqi was that once, Wang Lang was playing games in his seat and was hit by Wu Zhaoqi's basketball. Frightened by what Wu Zhaoqi had done before, Wang Lang did not say anything. In the evening, he reported it to Shan Qingrong, but it fell on deaf ears. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power to roll back the dust that was floating over, keeping the air in the corner fresh. In his previous life, Jiang Ning sat in the back row and was hit by Wu Zhaoqi's basketball. In other words, people in the back rows of the class were more or less hit by basketballs. It seemed that Zheng Lu's cup was knocked over and broken by a basketball. Wu Zhaoqi's personality was worse than Song Sheng's. Perhaps because his family was well off, and he had a family to take care of him when something happened. He was usually arrogant and rarely cared about other people's feelings. It was not until the second year of high school that Wu Zhaoqi had a conflict with Zhuang Jianhu from class 1 on the basketball court. It was said that they were fighting for the basketball court. Wu Zhaoqi jumped up and slapped Zhuang Jianhu. Then he was beaten up in public by Zhuang Jianhu. Later, Wu Zhaoqi's parents were suddenly found to have problems and sent to prison to enjoy a 10-year free food and accommodation life. Wu Zhaoqi dropped out of school and disappeared later. Jiang Ning never heard of him again. It was also that time that many students in number 4 middle school realized how much Zhuang Jianhu and his friends could not be provoked. Wu Zhaoqi dribbled the ball like flying to the rhythm of the song. Shan Kaikun and his friends were almost powerless to complain. He was too talented. Wu Zhaoqi raised the basketball and smashed it against the blackboard behind him. He waited for the ball to bounce back and then caught it. He was having a lot of fun. This movement caused the top students in the front row to frown. Chen Kan and his friends stopped discussing the questions. The noise from the back row was too loud and had disturbed them. Bai Yuxia subconsciously looked at Jiang Ning, and then she had self-doubt in her heart. Why should I look at Jiang Ning? Bai Yuxia asked herself. Would Jiang Ning come out to stop it? No. The last time Pang Jiao and Miao Zhe fought, he was the most serious spectator. He would only stand up if Zhu Yuantang was bullied. Thinking of this, Bai Yuxia looked at Zhu Yuantang, who was lying quietly on the table. At this moment, Bai Yuxia actually felt a little envious. Not only Bai Yuxia, but also Qin Kai and An Qingfeng looked at Jiang Ning. They hoped that Jiang Ning would stand up and say something. For example, Chen Kai, who was more thoughtful, even hoped that Jiang Ning and Wu Zhaoqi would fight. The evil must be dealt with by the evil. Teach this kid a good lesson and let him know that class 8 is not like class 10, where he can indulge himself. As for whether Jiang Ning can beat Wu Zhaoqi, what a joke. Although Wu Zhaoqi used steel bars to beat his classmates into the hospital in class 10, Jiang Ning established his prestige many times in class 8. First beating Song Sheng, then beating Deng Xiang, who was looking for trouble in the other class, and each time he won a crushing victory. What is Wu Zhaoqi? Of course, if both sides can lose, Chen Kan would be very happy to see it. However, Jiang Ning still sat steadily and did not do what they wished. The basketball bounced back again, and Wu Zhaoqi made a mistake and failed to catch it, and it hit Shan Kaikun's table. Shan Kaikun's face was gloomy, and he threw the basketball back. Wu Zhaoqi, be careful. Wu Zhaoqi caught the basketball and said indifferently, it didn't hit you. Why are you in a hurry? Then he continued to dribble the ball. You are a person with no manners at all. Shan Kaikun joked. Wu Zhaoqi continued to dribble the ball, smiled at him, and said provocatively, I just dribble the ball. What can you do to me? Do you have the guts to touch it? He showed a disdainful look. Shan Kaikun's temper almost got him overwhelmed. He pressed the table and wanted to stand up. However, he didn't get angry after all. He had a bad temper, but he was not stupid. He was not afraid of fighting. Wu Zhaoqi's body size was there, and he could knock Wu Zhaoqi down if he really fought. The other party didn't even have a chance to take a weapon. High school students, unless they meet someone like Jiang Ning who has an absolute difference in strength, usually, they will fight directly after a disagreement. Shan Kaikun was mainly worried that, if a fight really broke out, and the matter got out of hand, he would definitely not get any benefits. Wu Zhaoqi beat his classmate into the hospital, but he was only transferred to another class. Shan Kaikun knew what this meant. If he and Wu Zhaoqi had a fight, his parents would probably be called, and he might be given a serious punishment. Shan Kaikun felt aggrieved and unfair, as if there was an invisible rule that was blocking and restraining him. He had a feeling of being powerful but unable to use it, so he could only hold it in. Wu Zhaoqi saw that Shan Kaikun was scared, and his dribbling became more arrogant, and the dust on the ground seemed to be dancing for him. No one in this class can stop me from playing basketball. Apostrophe. Chapter 86 Love Forever. Wu Zhaoqi's arrogant behavior caused his classmates to look at him with disgust. Wu Zhaoqi thought to himself, you know nothing. The more you watch, the more I play. I shoot. He hummed softly and threw the ball against the wall with exaggerated movements. Wu Zhaoqi's actions, even from Jiang Ning's current perspective, made him look like a guy that everyone hates. You like to shoot the ball, right? Jiang Ning hadn't played basketball for a long time. He urged his spiritual power, turned into a spiritual hand, and grabbed the bouncing basketball. At the same time, Jiang Ning's index finger moved slightly, drawing a spiritual array, which was a soundproof magic array. Due to his low realm now, and the hasty arrangement, the effect was relatively average. But it was enough. Jiang Ning tapped his fingers lightly, and the invisible spiritual array suddenly split into two. The smaller circular spiritual array flew to the front row alone, covering Zhu Yuantang, who was lying on the table. This small spiritual array could block 90% of the volume. Another larger spiritual formation was like a barrier, blocking Wu Zhaoqi and his classmates in the classroom. This spiritual formation could only reduce the volume by 50%. Jiang Ning looked at Wu Zhaoqi again. Wu Zhaoqi threw the basketball at the blackboard, and then the basketball bounced back. This time the basketball bounced a little high. Wu Zhaoqi jumped up, stretched his arms, and pretended to catch the ball. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to catch it. Seeing that his hand was about to touch the basketball, Wu Zhaoqi had already planned that, after catching the basketball, he would make a downward slam dunk in the next attack. He was going to kill the ball fiercely. At this moment, Jiang Ning drove his spiritual power hand, which was like a millstone, forward and grabbed the basketball. Then, he squeezed it hard. The basketball was instantly crushed, and the air pressure inside the ball vented wildly. Boom. An extremely violent sound rang out, first sweeping the class, and then affecting the entire teaching building. The basketball exploded. Wu Zhaoqi was hit on the spot by the huge sound. His eardrums were impacted, and his brain kept exploding. He lost his balance, and fell to the concrete floor. Not only Wu Zhaoqi, but also everyone else in the class was stunned. The whole class fell into a stagnation. Although the formation eliminated half of the sound of the basketball exploding was too loud. The students had never seen a basketball explode, and they didn't expect it to be so loud. Several students from the next class 1 came running over. Linzada stood at the door and shouted inside, "Did the gas tank explode? What happened to your class?" Linzada's heart was in a panic. He was playing games in the class just now. The loud noise almost scared him to death, and he threw the game console directly to the ground. Because of Jiang Ning's spiritual formation, the students in class 8 were not particularly shocked by the sound. Now they have recovered, and they have come to their senses one by one, and collectively look at the back row. Shan Kaiquan pointed at Wu Zhaoqi, who was lying on the ground. He was playing basketball in the back just now, and the basketball exploded. The sound just now was caused by him. Wang Lang followed up and said, "Yes, everyone should study in class. He was playing basketball in the back." Not only the two of them, but other students in class 8 stood up to accuse Wu Zhaoqi. For a while, everyone blamed him. Linzada was surprised and said, "Oh my god, he can explode the ball. He must be a talent. Is this brother okay?" He looked at Wu Zhaoqi lying on the ground. At this moment, Wu Zhaoqi finally recovered a little. He stood up dizzy and his steps were shaky. The first sentence was, "Where is my ball? Where is my ball?" Shan Kaiquan pointed to a few pieces of leather and waistcloth on the ground. "There, look." What did you say? I can't hear. I can't hear." Wu Zhaoqi only felt a roar in his ears, extremely noisy. He could only see other people's mouths moving, and he couldn't tell what they were saying at all. Wang Lang interrupted, "It's over." He made himself deaf by playing basketball. Taking advantage of Wu Zhaoqi's inability to hear, the students in the class scolded him again, finally feeling that they had vented their anger. At this time, many students had gathered outside class 8, and even students from other floors came down to watch. The noise just now was too loud. Outside the window of class 8, there were dense crowds of people. In the chaos, 2 male teachers came in. The leading teacher looked serious. He pushed through the crowd and walked to the back of the class. "What was the noise just now?" the male teacher asked in a very stiff tone. Wang Lang knew that he was Mr. Yan, the head of the grade of the first grade. He reported, "Teacher, this student was playing basketball in the back just now. and suddenly the basketball exploded. He pointed at Wu Zhaoqi and then pointed at the basketball that was broken into pieces on the ground. Teacher Yan looked at Wu Zhaoqi. He knew Wu Zhaoqi. He had caused trouble some time ago, but he didn't expect that he would cause trouble again now. If it weren't for the other party's parents, he would have driven this kind of student away long ago. Teacher, Wu Zhaoqi seems to be deaf, Wang Lang added. Teacher Yan looked serious. Wu Zhaoqi, Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi's head was still buzzing. He could only see other people's mouth shapes and couldn't hear any sound at all. Come on, follow me to the school hospital. Teacher Yan didn't delay and immediately took Wu Zhaoqi to the school hospital. When passing by the door, he stared at the students outside and shouted, "Look, look, what are you looking at? Go back to where you should go." The students who were surrounding class 8 immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After Wu Zhaoqi left, Zheng Lu said, "It's really retribution." Wang Lang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, you made such a big noise. I was scared and almost lost Brother Ma's phone." Shan Kaikwun came over and said indignantly, "I heard that the head teacher, Mr. Yan, is a ruthless person. As a result, Wu Zhaoqi caused such a big incident, and he was still friendly. I'm really impressed." Jiuo Kanan said, "There is no comparison." After these words came out, several classmates had different expressions, all of which had an indescribable taste. Shan Kaikwun cursed, "I really hope he is deaf this time." Wang Lang said, "Don't, if he is deaf, he will make more noise in the future. Anyway, he can't hear." "I'm impressed." Shan Kaikwun said. "I'm also impressed." Shan Zhao added, "He is very unhappy now." Shan Zhao looked at the basketballs on the ground and felt so distressed. That was his basketball. Last time he took Zhang Kai's basketball and sold it to the elementary school students in the neighboring village for 25 yuan. Later, he learned that the basketball was worth more than 100 yuan, which Shan Zhao regarded as a great shame. You know, sometimes he can even sell the stolen things at a higher price than the original price. That loss-making transaction made Shan Zhao depressed for a long time, and he once thought that he was not suitable to be a thief. Later, he learned from his mistakes and was determined to be good at what he did. Shan Zhao planned to avenge his previous shame and steal basketballs and sell them at a high price. However, he never had the chance until Wu Zhaoqi came to class 8. Shan Zhao was ecstatic. In order not to lose money, Shan Zhao kept up with the times, repeatedly observed Wu Zhaoqi's basketballs, determined the brand, and then searched the price of basketballs online. Wu Zhaoqi's basketball was as high as 268 yuan, worthy of being the class transfer boss. Shan Zhao waited for the opportunity, waiting for Wu Zhaoqi to show his flaws one day. As a result, the basketball exploded, and Shan Zhao's waiting and expectations were all in vain. In the last class of the evening self-study, Wu Zhaoqi came back. The classmates in the class looked over here, and Wang Lang greeted him. "Hey." Wu Zhaoqi glanced at him, returned to his seat, and said nothing. He looked very upset. "Can you hear it?" Jiuo Kanan asked with concern. "It's okay." Wu Zhaoqi answered briefly. The school doctor said that he had previously shaken his eardrum, and now he has recovered, but his head is still a little stuffy. Shan Zhao ran to the back row to throw away the garbage. When he passed by this side, he joked, "Will you still play basketball in the future?" When Wu Zhaoqi said this, he thought he was laughing at him, and his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. He paused. "I will never give up my basketball dream." Shan Zhao was instantly excited when he heard it, and encouraged, "Wu Zhaoqi, you will definitely be able to make it to the professional level in the future. I hope to see you in the NBA one day." His tone was sincere, and his expression was extremely serious, not like a fake. Wu Zhaoqi was stunned when he saw Shan Zhao's appearance. He thought he had lost face and would be despised by others, but he didn't expect that someone in the class still supported his dream. He was a little moved, and his eyes were slightly hot. "I will stick to it. I'll buy another new basketball tomorrow. Damn, I must buy an expensive one this time." Chapter 87, Sympathy. The second day of the exam. In the morning, we took the math test. The invigilator and exam roommate was Jiuo Ran. When Jiuo Ran entered the exam room, He saw Jiang Ning and blinked at him. He didn't look like a teacher at all. After handing out the test papers, Jiuo Ran sat in front of the desk and played love elimination every day. Mathematics is not Jiang Ning's strong point, but it's only relatively speaking. The content of the first compulsory math course is sets, inequalities, functions and so on, all of which are basic knowledge. Jiang Ning was able to handle these questions easily, and the following big questions were not difficult at all. The exam lasted 2 hours, and Jiang Ning only took less than 40 minutes to fill in a paper. Then Jiang Ning practiced his skills and thought about things. After collecting the materials for the evergreen liquid, he completed the construction of the spirit formation yesterday. In order to facilitate the disassembly later, Jiang Ning spent some time to make it into a portable formation. He used the magic mark to make the spirit of the big wolf dog and put it into the formation. Now, as long as the medicinal materials for chanking liquid are put in, and the spiritual flame is injected, it can automatically remove the impurities of the medicinal materials, and reach the level that meets the requirements of making chanking liquid. After this period of time, Jiang Ning spent more than half of the more than 200,000 yuan on the reward and purchase of materials. Because Jiang Ning was generous, his Tiba account gained a large number of fans, and became a big boss in several Tiba. However, the progress of finding materials was not as fast as Jiang Ning imagined. Some people said that they had seen some materials for cultivation somewhere and took photos, but they were not circulated on the market, so Jiang Ning could only find them by himself. Without a flying magic weapon, it would be too troublesome to travel long distances. Although with Jiang Ning's current physique, combined with the magic step bonus, it can reach more than 40 meters per second. It's okay for short distances, but if you encounter a long distance situation, it's a bit insufficient. Not only is the speed slow, but you need to eliminate traces every time you travel, and it also lowers the style. So Jiang Ning is now preparing to refine a spiritual boat magic weapon for long distance travel. Based on the experience during this period, Jiang Ning judged that it is very likely that the materials for the spirit boat can be collected in the present world. He does not pursue a very advanced spirit boat, as long as it can be used. Jiang Ning has prepared some auxiliary materials, and now he still lacks several main materials, such as broken silver sand, green silk wood, wind removing crystal, and wisteria mucus. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed. It's time to change the way of finding materials, such as drawing the materials first, and then posting the pictures to Tiba, which is easier for netizens to identify. Jiang Ning has never learned the skill of painting. With his photographic memory, it should not be difficult to learn painting. When the painting skills are mature, he can draw the missing materials one by one. Jiang Ning does not plan to learn painting for the time being. A few days ago, Zhenglu gave him a painting of Jiang Ning sitting in front of the window and looking out the window. The painting skills are a bit childish, but there is a unique charm. Zhenglu has a good aesthetic sense, so the painting looks quite good. Zhenglu said she had been drawing since she was a child. Jiang Ning remembered that she had learned to draw in her second year of high school and took the path of an art exam candidate. Unfortunately, her overall college entrance examination score was average, and her cultural subjects lagged behind, so she could only go to a second-tier university. She likes drawing and has a certain talent. Jiang Ning thought to himself, in this case, throw some materials and let her try to draw, to see how her comprehension is. If it is possible in the future, such as some spiritual objects, talismans, etc., maybe she can be given the ability to draw. Although those things require the combination of spiritual power and divine consciousness to draw, no matter what happens in the future, it is always right to cultivate basic skills now. After confirming this, Jiang Ning felt much more relieved. In the past, in Loyan sect, he did not ask about worldly affairs, because there were elders, deacons, and disciples below. As long as he gave orders, various spiritual objects would be presented. The resources in the current world are scarce, and it is too slow to do things alone. It is better to have someone to help. He then cast his eyes on teacher Jiuo Ran. At this moment, Jiuo Ran stood up from his seat and was patrolling in the class. Jiang Ning raised his hand. Teacher, hand in your paper. Jiang Ning left the examination room and with a glance of his spiritual sense, he saw Guo Ran standing on his desk, covering his paper to prevent other students from copying. Jiang Ning walked out of the examination room, and there were many candidates gathered in the corridor outside. There were more students who handed in their math papers early than those in other subjects. If you don't know math, you don't know it. Unlike Chinese, it's useless to hold back on math. Humans can do many things in extreme anger, but they can't do math problems. There were 2 students discussing math problems at the entrance of the examination room. Their voices were a little loud, so the invigilator of class 1 came out and drove them away. So the students ran to the small garden in front to discuss. Jiang Ning had nothing to do, so he went to the small garden as well. 2 girls stood in front of the open air bench, wiping it carefully with a tissue. Jiang Ning cast a small spell to remove the stains on the wooden chair. At this time, Ma Shicheng and Shan Keiquan ran over here. Shan Keiquan took out his mobile phone and prepared to connect to the Wi-Fi network, but found that, because of the shielding device, the Wi-Fi signal was extremely weak and could not be used at all. Ma Shicheng was very calm. He greeted Jiang Ning first. "Brother Ning, did you hand in your paper early too?" "Yes," Jiang Ning replied. Shan Keiquan next to him said, "I don't know which teacher wrote the math test this time. It's so difficult that I can't do it at all." Ma Shicheng opened the game and said nonchalantly, "I only did the multiple choice questions. If it wasn't for the restriction of handing in the paper too early, I would have finished it in 20 minutes. Shan Keiquan admired, "My brother Ma is awesome." "Jiang Ning, did you finish the last 2 big questions?" Shan Keiquan asked. Jiang Ning said, "I filled them all in anyway." Shan Keiquan said with sympathy, "Like me, I filled in the formulas I knew, and my handwriting was very neat, so the examiner could give me at least 2 points. I should be able to get 70 or 80 points in math this time," he said. The total score was 150, and this math test was difficult, so getting 70 or 80 was pretty good. Shan Keiquan was very satisfied, and with Ma Shicheng who only wrote multiple choice questions at the bottom and Jiang Ning who was in the same situation as him, Shan Keiquan didn't feel bad. He even had a feeling that I'm actually not bad either. Ma Shicheng was having a great time playing the game, and Shan Keiquan looked at his game screen, where a boy was running on the railway. He wondered, why is this game so similar to Temple Run? "This is a newly released Subway Surfers. I think it's fun and exciting," said Ma Shicheng. Shan Keiquan said, "This kind of game has a routine. You will get tired of playing it too much." He watched it for a while and thought it was quite fun. He said, "Use Kuoya to pass me a copy and see if I can surpass you." After the math test, Jiang Ning returned to the 8th examination room. Chen Qian, Dong Qingfeng, and Chen Xiao were checking the answers and discussing whether to choose A or C for the last multiple choice question. After checking the questions for a while, Dong Qingfeng said modestly, "The math test paper is a bit difficult. I'm not sure about many questions." Chen Qian echoed, "Yes, I feel that I did not do well in the test." Sports committee member Zhang Kai came back to get something. When he heard these words, he agreed very much. The math test paper was indeed difficult. He felt like he was reading a book of heaven. "I thought I would fail this time and the score would be at most 70. I didn't expect that Chen Qian and Dong Qingfeng, who usually study so hard, also thought it was difficult. My classmates are the same as me." Zhang Kai felt a little relieved. He comforted the 2. "Hey, don't worry. Everyone did poorly in the test. It won't affect the ranking." "Indeed," Dong Qingfeng said. Zhang Kai continued to comfort him and finally asked, "By the way, how many points do you think you can get?" Dong Qingfeng said, "I think I can only get 120 in math. I failed this time." Chen Qian said, "It will be difficult to break 130. It's really bad." Zhang Kai's face darkened and he left without saying hello. "Thank you Doomsday Dusk, your face with tears, Diemiro, Alive, and others for your awards." Chapter 88 Composition First. In the evening, the monthly exam was over. In the classroom, the long strip of lights on the ceiling emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the entire classroom. The students in the front row were checking answers, while the students in the back row were playing games, forming 2 opposing groups. Wu Zhaoqi walked in from the front door with a basketball in his arms. He always walked in from the back door, but today he walked in from the front door because he had a new basketball. Jiang Ning saw him holding a basketball and said in surprise, "Oh, brother Wu bought a new basketball." Shan Kaikun provoked him. "How is the quality of the new basketball? It won't explode again, right?" "That's right. I was almost scared to death yesterday." Hu Jun followed suit. Wu Zhaoqi held the basketball and smiled contemptuously. He patted the basketball twice and pointed to the symbol on the surface of the basketball. "Do you see this icon? What is an international brand? This is an international brand basketball, bought for more than 800 yuan. His hearing such a horrible price, the boys in the back row couldn't help but take a breath and then cast their shocked eyes on the basketball in Wu Zhaoqi's hand. "It's so expensive. My phone is only 700. Many students heard of such a price for the first time. Wu Zhaoqi stood proudly, taking in everyone's surprise, and he just smiled faintly. In fact, Wu Zhaoqi felt a little pain in his heart. The basketball he usually played was about 200 to 300 yuan. It was the first time he bought such an expensive basketball. If he hadn't been almost deafened by the inferior basketball, he probably wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Hu Jun said embarrassedly, "Brother Wu, can you let me touch it?" Wu Zhaoqi hesitated for a second. "Forget it, you touch it." He handed the precious basketball to Hu Jun, staring at it without blinking, fearing that the precious basketball would be broken. Hu Jun stretched out his rough hand and gently stroked the basketball. His movements were extremely gentle. In order to feel the texture of the surface of the basketball, he closed his eyes and his expression was extremely intoxicated. Wu Zhaoqi's eyes twitched, and he suddenly felt that his precious basketball was not clean. "Brother Wu, I feel like I can dunk now," Hu Jun said solemnly. After hearing this, Jiang Ning was shocked and asked, "Is it true?" "It's true. It feels really good. With this basketball, my basketball skills have skyrocketed. Can I try it?" Jiang Ning looked at Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi said nonchalantly, "Okay, you try it." Jiang Ning took the basketball and weighed it. It was indeed a basketball worth more than 800 yuan. The feel was really good. Shan Kaikun next to him also played basketball, but because he had a conflict with Wu Zhaoqi, he didn't go up to ask for it, so as not to humiliate himself. He just pretended to be disdainful and went back to play with his mobile phone. The basketball was passed around in the back row for a while and was touched by everyone. Finally, Wu Zhaoqi took the basketball back. Wu Zhaoqi secretly rubbed the basketball several times, hoping to rub off the traces of everyone and return his pure basketball before the evening self-study the next day. Since last night, the voices about the monthly exam results have intensified in the class. Even Shan Kaikun and others in the back row began to check their answers. It can be seen that every student is very concerned about the results, except Ma Shicheng. Like Chen Qian, they discussed the results with each other, got to know each other's opponents, and almost decided the class ranking, which was quite a style of sitting and discussing. Their small circle was undoubtedly the most high-end circle in the class. Only those with good grades could join. They rarely responded to ordinary students who interrupted them, and the students who interrupted could only leave in shame. Zheng Lu turned around. "Jiang Ning, when do you think the results will be released?" "The Chinese test is first, and it should be out tonight," Jiang Ning said. The teachers in number 4 middle school graded the papers very quickly. "So fast," Zheng Lu said. She believed Jiang Ning because Jiang Ning's words were not wrong. "I don't know how much you can rank in the class this time. The seats will be assigned according to grades next time." Zheng Lu was very concerned. She was worried that Jiang Ning ran to other places. Zheng Lu hesitated for a while and asked, "Jiang Ning, can we sit together when we are assigned seats?" Jiang Ning was about to answer when the Chinese teacher Dai Yangquan entered the class. The classmates first looked at Dai Yangquan, then saw the stack of test papers in Dai Yangquan's hand, and their expressions immediately became surprised. Dai Yangquan walked to the podium, looked at the classmates, and said cheerfully, "I have taught you for almost 2 months, and this is the first time you look at me like this." A burst of laughter came from the class. In their memory, Dai Yangquan has always been more serious and rarely makes such jokes. It can be seen that he is in a good mood today. A classmate asked, is the Chinese test paper of teacher day out. Their faces were full of expectations. Whether they were top students or poor students, they all hoped to know their grades as soon as possible. Jiang Ning shook the test paper. It's out. Oh my god, so fast. This speed is awesome. The classmates in the class exclaimed. Teacher, please hand out the test papers quickly. I can't wait. A student in the front row shouted. Zheng Lu said privately, Jiang Ning, I'm a little nervous. Her body trembled slightly. This is my first exam since I entered high school. Don't be nervous, just get used to it, Jiang Ning said. Ma Shichen glanced at the two of them, a little bored. Jiang Ning looked at the excited classmates, but knocked on the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he took the test paper and said, before handing out the test paper, I want to say two things. This made the classmates in the class startled. The Chinese teacher stopped talking nonsense and handed out the test paper quickly. This classmate's Chinese score is not very high, but his composition won the first place in the 12 classes of the first grade of high school, surpassing 3 experimental classes. The composition scored 60 points, but only 3 points were deducted. As soon as Jiang Ning's voice fell, it set off a wave of waves, and several exclamations sounded. Chen Qian looked at Dong Qingfeng, and Dong Qingfeng looked at Bai Yuxia. His eyes filled with the meaning of "Is that person you?" However, when looking at others, he felt a sense of surprise in his heart. Could it be me? Could it be me? This thought came to the minds of many classmates. So everyone's eyes turned around and finally returned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took out the test paper and looked at a classmate in the class. The classmates followed his gaze and finally fell on a plain-looking student. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Congratulations, classmate Wang Langlang. The classmates in the class were stunned. How could it be possible? Just him? He could get 57 points in his composition? Wang Langlang could not answer the questions asked by the teacher in class. How could he get 57 points in his composition? Did he copy the composition? Wang Langlang was shocked and retreated tactically. He didn't expect that his composition could score so high. When he was taking the exam, he just thought that this composition was not difficult and was much simpler than the work report he usually wrote to Shan Qingrong, so he wrote it unusually smoothly, and he was praised as a result. Facing so many eyes, Wang Langlang actually felt a little guilty. He felt that he did not deserve it. After Chen Qian learned the news, his mind changed quickly, and he finally comforted himself. It doesn't matter, it's just that his composition score is high, and his Chinese score is not high. Even if my composition score is more than 40 points, my Chinese score can still be higher than his. There is nothing for me to envy. Jiang Ning said. Wang Langlang's composition uses beautiful words, always sticks to the theme, and his words and sentences are very elegant. After Jiang Ning finished praising, he picked up the test paper again. Next, I have to announce something. The first place in Chinese in the whole grade is from our class. As soon as these words came out, the class was instantly ignited. The first place in Chinese in the grade. How high is that? After experiencing the disappointment just now, Chen Qian cheered up again and thought, who is this again? This time it must not be someone like Wang Langlang. It must be a normal person. Normally, the first place in Chinese must be among him, Dong Qingfeng, Bai Yuxia, Shen Qinj, and Huang Zhongfei. In other words, it could be him. Seeing that the Chinese teacher was still dawdling, a classmate urged him, hurry up, teacher, we can't wait. Jiang Ning was in a very good mood. He was very proud of the fact that his class ranked first in both composition and Chinese. He cleared his throat and shouted, Zhu Yuantong, 143 points in Chinese, 8 points higher than the second place. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Dizziness. 143 points. Is it fake? Such a high score made everyone stunned. Students like Chen Qian, who knew the scores of the college entrance examinations of previous generations, knew very well how terrifying this score was. It is no exaggeration to say that the top scorers in the college entrance examinations in some provinces could not reach this score in Chinese. Many eyes were cast on Zhu Yuantang. At this moment, everyone began to look at her seriously. Zhu Yuantang had a bun on her head and was wearing a fawn dress. She sat quietly, her face tense, and she looked indifferent to fame and fortune, as if 143 points was just an ordinary thing for her. After Dai Yangquan announced the results, he said very kindly, "Zhu Yuantang, you did very well in the exam this time. You ranked first in the single subject. The school will give you a cash reward. No matter what problems you have in your studies in the future, tell the teacher at any time." Dai Yangquan was not calm, since he saw Zhu Yuantang's results. In all these years of teaching, he has never had a student who scored 140 points in Chinese. If the results can be stable, he may be able to compete for the top scorer in the single subject of the college entrance examination in the future. The top scorer in Chinese. In that case, after the college entrance examination, he will not only get a bonus, but also benefit greatly from the evaluation of professional titles. If he was not worried about what others would say, he would even be willing to pay out of his own pocket to give Zhu Yuantang another scholarship. "Thank you, teacher." Zhu Yuantang nodded his little head. Dai Yangquan's face was full of kindness, and he no longer stuttered when he spoke. He shouted, "Shan Zhao and An Qingfeng, you two, pass out the test papers." Shan Zhao was the representative of the Chinese class, and An Qingfeng was the study committee member. The two took the test papers and distributed them along the class. Zhenglu received the test paper and scored 102 points. Jiang Ning got the test paper, but he hadn't looked at it yet. Zhenglu came over and took a look. "Wow, Jiang Ning, you got 134 points. Jiuo Kunan quickly stretched his head over and saw the red score. "Fuck, your Chinese score is so high." His test paper had been distributed, and it showed 98 points, an ordinary score, 5 points more than his deskmate Shan Keiquan. He originally felt a little sympathetic to Shan Keiquan, but when he saw Jiang Ning's score, Jiuo Kunan's mood immediately became complicated. They belonged to the same small circle in the back row, and he was afraid that his brothers would score low, but he was also afraid that his brothers would score too high. After the test papers were distributed, the results of each student in the class came out. Ma Shichen just scanned the test paper and saw the score of 99 on it, and then he continued to play games. Chen Kan held the test paper. He scored 121 points. In the small group, only Bei Yuxia's 123 points were higher than him, but Chen Kan was not happy. Because Zhu Yuantang scored 143 points. The test paper that Chen Kan held was wrinkled, but he didn't notice it at all. After a long time, he calmed down. Deng Qingfeng, who was standing by, looked at Zhu Yuantang's position and felt a little melancholy. Her Chinese score is too high, more than 20 points higher than mine. Chen Kan said, "It's okay, it's normal to be a little higher. Girls are generally better at Chinese than boys. Look at Bei Yuxia, she's also better than us." Deng Qingfeng did agree with this. Chen Kan said unconvincedly, "It's just that the difference in Chinese is more than 20 points, which is not a big gap. Wait until the results of subjects like mathematics come out, and see how I perform." As a student in the ordinary class, Zhu Yuantang must be extremely biased in one subject, otherwise he would not come to the ordinary class. So he stabilized his mentality and smiled again. His strongest subject is science. When the results of science come out, that will be the subject where he will pull his score. By then, everyone will be shocked by him. He, Chen Kan, is the first in class 8. Deng Qingfeng listened to Chen Kan's words and felt that this scene was a little familiar. He always felt that something bad would happen. This time he learned to be smart and did not agree with Chen Kan. When the get out of class was over, Zhu Yuantang ran to get hot water. Shen Qing's deskmate Yuan said sarcastically, "I really suspect that she found the answers in advance. How could she score so high with more than 140 points?" After hearing this, Yang Sheng said sarcastically, "Even if I give you the standard answers for the Chinese test paper, you can't get such a high score. Do you believe it?" Yuan was so angry. Every time she spoke, Yang Sheng would jump out to find fault. She immediately retorted, "It's none of your business. Just look at how many points you got. I saw it. It's higher than yours." Yang Sheng scored 112 points in Chinese, higher than Yuan's 107 points. Yuan said, "Chinese alone is nothing. If you have the ability, compare with others. Okay, let's compare the total score of the monthly exam and bet on a month's duty. Do you dare?" Yang Sheng made a promise. Yuan stopped talking. Last time, she lost the table tennis game, and she took over Yang Sheng's duty for a month. It was not long after the end. She was tired of that kind of life. Shen Qinsh suddenly said, "Yang Sheng, I'm going to bet with you." Yuan was her sister, and usually played with her. She couldn't stand watching her sister being bullied. Shen Qinsh scored 113 points in Chinese, 1 point lower than Yang Sheng, so she dared to bet. Yang Sheng was happy when she heard this. She had been looking at Shen Qinsh with displeasure for a long time, but she had never been able to do anything about it. Now that she had jumped out, how could she let her go? "Okay, I hope you can keep your promise." In the second class of the evening self-study, Jiang Ning's test paper was passed around in the back row, so the students in the front row knew Jiang Ning's Chinese score. Chen Qian's face became more ugly, but he was not afraid. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were close, so his Chinese score was normal. He was waiting for the science score. He turned the tide. Shen Qinsh gritted her teeth secretly. It must be Zhu Yuantang who assisted him, otherwise with Jiang Ning's level, he would definitely not get this score. However, Zhu Yuantang should only be good at Chinese. After all, she is a student in an ordinary class. Even so, she can never compare with Jiang Junlang in the experimental class of number 2 middle school. She has Jiang Junlang's help, and Jiang Ning can't surpass her. In the morning, math class. The math teacher walked into the classroom holding the test paper. "Is it finally here?" Chen Qian's lips curled up. The math teacher smiled. Knowing that the students were anxious, she didn't say much, and directly handed the test paper to Dong Qingfeng, asking him to distribute it. Chen Qian's test paper happened to be placed in the front. He took the test paper and saw the score on it. He immediately smiled. The score was higher than he thought, just stuck at 130 points. You know, this math test paper is very difficult. 130 points is definitely a rare existence. Many students in the experimental class can't pass it. As for Zhu Yuantang, Chen Qian smiled. It was amazing for her to get 105. Over there, Bai Yuxia's score came out. Wow, it was 112 points, a good score. He was 2 points less than her in Chinese, but nearly 20 points higher than her in math. What is strength? This is absolute strength. For a moment, Chen Qian couldn't help but feel proud, and there was a feeling of sweet success after bitterness. He thought of the summer vacation, which was a difficult time. After learning that he was only admitted to the ordinary class of number 4 middle school, he made a great vow, and attended 8 cram schools in one go. Others were studying, he was studying, others were playing, he was still studying, he worked day and night, he was desperate, just to prove that finally, this day has come. He will rule class 8 as the first in the class, and then he will be invited by the head teacher of class 1 to study in class 1 in the envious eyes of his classmates. That's right, Chen Qian has long known that some students with good grades can jump from ordinary classes to experimental classes. Qingfeng, how many points did you get? Chen Qian asked. 125. After hearing this, Chen Qian smiled. Qingfeng still has strength, but he is too young to compare with himself. He said, "It's okay, it seems that the first in mathematics in our class must be me." Dong Qingfeng's face was a little strange. Chen Qian said, "You seem a little unhappy. Are you angry?" "Hi, I'm happy today. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight." Dong Qingfeng said, "You are not the first in math in our class." He was the one who handed out the test papers. Every time he handed out the test papers, he would glance at the other party's score. Chen Qian was shocked. Class 8 was actually full of talents. Who else is better than me? Before Dong Qingfeng could answer, the math teacher on the podium said with a smile, "In this monthly exam, there were 2 people in our class who got full marks in math. One is Zhu Yuantang and the other is Jiang Ning." The math teacher's voice was very gentle, but it exploded in Chen Qian's mind. "What is the full score in math?" Oh, it's 150. 20 points more than me. He repeated it again. Oh, 20 more points than me. Chen Qian felt dizzy. Damn, the benches in this school are too shaky. Tomorrow is Monday. The follow-up reading on Monday will determine whether it can be included in the Sanjiang recommendation. I hope everyone will follow up tomorrow. Thank you. Go to Sanjiang once. If it is included in Sanjiang, we will put it on the shelves as soon as possible. Chapter 90. You know better than me. Full marks in math. Ma Shicheng stared at Jiang Ning's test paper, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He put down his phone and looked at his own test paper with 48 points. Ma Shicheng was silent. He was no longer calm. However, this was just the beginning. From this class, as more and more results of subjects came out, Ma Shicheng gradually became numb. Jiang Ning, you are not going to be the first in the grade, right? Zhenglu was worried. She initially thought that Jiang Ning's grades were similar to hers, and she even thought about sitting with him. After the Chinese test paper came out, she was still optimistic, but as Jiang Ning's results were revealed one by one, she began to feel sentimental. With such high scores, Jiang Ning might go to the experimental class. By then, let alone sitting together, they will not be in the same class. This is unstable. Until this morning, the sun was shining. After the results of all subjects came out, the students in class 8 had already looked down on it. Chen Qian, Dong Qingfeng and others stopped talking about grades and were unusually humble. In the open space at the entrance of class 8, there was a display board with a ranking list of the first year high school students' monthly exams. Zhu Yuantang was ranked first in the grade, and he ranked first in all subjects. Several students from experimental class 1 stood in front of the display board. Lin Zida said to the boy next to him, who was of average height and ordinary appearance, Du Chuan, you are not good enough. Why did you only rank second? Du Chuan said, next time, I will rank first. Too bad. Lin Zida said, I think principal, you lost money. After the high school entrance examination, Du Chuan was originally going to go to the experimental class of Ansheng No. 1 middle school. It was at the time that No. 4 middle school launched a top student plan, intending to train some powerful students and prepare for a blockbuster in the college entrance examination. So they found Du Chuan, gave him various rewards, lured him to study, and promised that, as long as he could be admitted to the 2 top schools, he would also receive a large bonus. Du Chuan's ability would still be at the top level if he was placed in Yuzhou No. 2 middle school, enough to compete for the top 3 in the grade. As a result, he came to the small No. 4 middle school and failed in the first monthly exam. Lin Zida said, if you don't get first place next time, just give your money to Zhu Yuantang. Although Du Chuan said he would get first place next time, he felt powerless when he saw Zhu Yuantang's first place in all subjects. The gap was a bit big, and it was an all-round blow. Not only Zhu Yuantang, he also felt a sense of urgency when he saw the name of Ding Xuan, who was ranked third. The other party was only 7 points behind him. If he didn't pay attention, he would be caught up. There was also Jiang Ning, who was fourth. The pressure was huge. What on earth was this class 8? How did 2 monsters appear? At this moment, Hu Hao, the head teacher of class 1, was also very puzzled. He understood education. After seeing Zhu Yuantang's leading scores in all subjects, he immediately checked Zhu Yuantang's scores in the high school entrance examination. He was shocked when he saw it. My goodness, he got 0 points in the math test of the high school entrance examination. Even so, he was just a little short of entering the experimental class of No. 4 middle school. What kind of genius is this? Originally, the school had high hopes for Du Chuan, but once Zhu Yuantang made his move, the school felt that the Du Chuan they had spent a lot of money on was not as good as someone they had picked up at random. Moreover, the difference in their scores was very large, and there was a huge gap. Du Chuan was indeed a top student, but he couldn't catch up, at least in Hu Hao's eyes. He couldn't catch up, and this was no longer a question of hard work or not. This involves the scope of IQ. For example, if ordinary students work hard, can they get into those 2 top schools? No. It's a bit embarrassing that the school's No. 1 is not in the experimental class. Hu Hao pondered, then transfer Zhu Yuantang to my class 1. No, brother Shan, the head teacher of class 8, is good to me. He even treated me to a drink last time. He hesitated again. Hu Hao hesitated for a while. Although Shan Qingrong and I have a good relationship, I treat him well. Last time, I sent him a portion of local specialties from my hometown. Besides, it is natural for good students to come to the experimental class. If they are placed in the ordinary class, they may be delayed. Forget it, let me suffer for a while. When I become the head of the grade, I will promote Shan brother. After Hu Hao made his decision, he immediately got up from his office chair and left the office. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to surprise Shan Qingrong. Hu Hao strolled to the door of class 8, looked inside, and saw Zhu Yuantang at a glance. The other party was lying on the seat. If a student in his class dared to do this, Hu Hao would definitely scold him. At your age and stage, how can you sleep? Can you sleep? However, facing Zhu Yuantang, Hu Hao had no temper at all, and she could sleep. Zhu Yuantang, can you come out for a while? Hu Hao said with a pleasant face. Zhu Yuantang saw a smiling teacher and instinctively felt that the other party was not a good person. He asked cautiously, are you looking for me? I'm the head teacher of class 1. I have something to talk to you about. Forget it, I'll go over and talk to you. You don't have to stand up. Hu Hao walked into the class with a very gentle attitude. Zhu Yuantang is a seedling of the top scholar. If he is in his class, he will definitely step on Yazhao number 2 middle school, beat Tuxian number 1 middle school, and even have a chance with Ansheng number 1 middle school. When the students of class 8 saw Hu Hao coming in, they all looked at Zhu Yuantang enviously. They knew the head teacher of class 1. As expected, Hu Hao invited Zhu Yuantang to class 1. Zhu Yuantang, are you interested in going to class 1? If you come to class 1, you don't have to go to evening self-study at night. Hu Hao went straight to the point without any martial ethics. This sentence confused the students of class 8. No need to attend evening self-study. What kind of divine treatment is this? They have to attend evening self-study until 9:30 every day. It is too torturous. They go home to wash and do things at night. It is already past 10 o'clock before they can blink. They can only play for a while and go to bed. Chen Kan was very moved when he heard this. He looked at Hu Hao, hoping that he could invite him. Unconsciously, there was a trace of affection in his eyes. Hu Hao stared at Zhu Yuantang. How about it? Are you coming? After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang said, no. Hu Hao was stunned. She actually refused directly without even a tactful consideration. Isn't the treatment of not having evening self-study the most favorite among students? If you give money, it is likely to fall into the hands of parents. And directly cancelling evening self-study can really benefit students. Can you tell me the reason? Hu Hao didn't quite understand. Is it that our class 1 is not good? Zhu Yuantang pondered for a moment. The water dispenser in your class is too ugly. I don't want to go. Hu Hao. Hu Hao left depressed. The students in class 8 looked at Zhu Yuantang with a very strange look, and then looked at the water dispenser in their own class. Then, they felt that the water dispenser suddenly looked handsome. Chen Kan took a cup, took a glass of water, drank it, and thought to himself, nothing special. Zhu Yuantang buried his head in his arms, his eyes cunning. HMPH, the treatment you gave me will definitely be given to me by the head teacher. Besides, Jiang Ning is still in class 8. Hu Hao returned to class 1 with a lot of doubts. He subconsciously glanced at the water dispenser in front of him, and the more he looked at it, the more he disliked it. Although he knew that Zhu Yuantang might just find an excuse to refuse, he just felt uncomfortable looking at the water dispenser. Who bought this water dispenser? Hu Hao asked his classmates. Wei Ziyuan, the life committee member, stood up and said proudly, teacher, this is a water dispenser I bought online. It has a very high cost effectiveness and my classmates like it very much. Hu Hao took out his wallet, took out 200 yuan from it, and handed it to Wei Ziyuan. Everyone did well in the exam this time. Well, I will pay for you to get a more expensive water dispenser. Wei Ziyuan, this matter is left to you. Just buy the water dispenser for class 8. Wei Ziyuan was surprised at first, then said puzzledly, teacher, the water dispenser in class 8 is not as expensive as the one in our class. Hu Hao glared at him. You are the only one who talks too much. Do you understand, or do I understand? Wei Ziyuan quickly said, teacher, you understand. Hu Hao walked away with his hands behind his back. His back was desolate. He was carrying Brother Shan to pull people, but he hadn't pulled them over yet. It seemed that he would lose money tonight. Chapter 91 Award. In the afternoon, all the students of the first grade of high school gathered on the playground to hold the summary meeting of this monthly exam. Jiang Ning carried a bench to the playground. He wanted to go with Zhu Yuantong, but unfortunately Zhu Yuantong was called away by Shan Qingrang. As the first in the grade, and the first in the ordinary class, Zhu Yuantong will represent the freshmen to give this speech. As the crowd came to the playground, Shan Qingrang was standing in front of the 8th class team. Jiang Ning found a seat and sat down. Shan Qingrang came here, and the smile on his face could hardly be suppressed. Jiang Ning, you are 4th in the grade this time. When the time comes, you go to the podium and Principal Yu will personally give you the reward. Shan Qingrang's tone was very kind, completely different from the past. As the head teacher of an ordinary class, there are 2 top 10 students in the class. If it weren't for the students watching, Shan Qingrang couldn't help but twist his mouth. Next, as long as these 2 good seedlings are maintained and sent to the college entrance examination safely, the title selection will surely go smoothly. Shan Qingrang has waited too long. Many teachers of the same major around him have been promoted step by step, their professional titles have been raised, and their salaries are much higher than his. Not only the professional title, but also the 4th middle school has stipulated that, if the students in the class have excellent college entrance examination scores, the head teacher can also receive a bonus, which is a considerable amount of money. Shan Qingrang thought about this and felt happy. He was finally able to hold his head high this time. Even looking at Wu Zioki's eyes, he felt much more comfortable. He secretly made up his mind that, if Wu Zioki dared to make trouble in his class, he would kick Wu Zioki out immediately. If the academic affairs office dared to speak, Shan Qingrang dared to directly fight back. What confidence do you have to ask me? Sorry, you can't affect the 2 top students in our class. Thinking about this, Shan Qingrang looked up at the podium. Principal Yu blew the microphone and began to speak. Principal Yu's voice was deep and his speech logic was very clear. As usual, he first praised how excellent the 4th middle school was, the teaching staff, the infrastructure, and the many times it was praised by the Education Bureau. He also mentioned the outstanding alumni. Shan Kaikwan was impatient and said, he has already said it once last time. Can you please not say it again? If you don't know, you will definitely think that our number 4 middle school is the number 1 middle school in Yazhou. Several students complained for a while. Principal Yu said, next, I want to praise a student. She is Zhu Yuantang from class 8. Class 8 is a parallel class, but in such a class, there is a student who ranks 1st in the grade. She is Zhu Yuantang from class 8. This spirit of going against the current is worth our deep thought. Now please invite Zhu Yuantang to speak. Zhu Yuantang, wearing a school uniform, walked slowly to the podium. She skillfully lowered the height of the microphone a little. Hello everyone, I'm Zhu Yuantang from class 8 of senior 1. Her voice was still crisp and pleasant, after being processed by electronic equipment. The students whispered from the podium, she is the 1st in the grade, and she is from class 8. Her progress is too terrifying. Indeed, she has suppressed all 3 experimental classes. Are short people good at studying? Someone said. At this time, a well-informed student said, she is Zhu Yuantang. Nonsense, who doesn't know that she is Zhu Yuantang? No, what I mean is that she and I are in the same junior high school. At that time, she was the top student in our school. She could have gone to number 2 middle school, but I don't know what happened to her in the junior high school entrance examination. She didn't do well in the exam. The student explained. I know your school. I heard that many people went to Ansheng number 1 middle school, and some went to number 168 middle school. She can rank 1st there. It's really amazing. Yes, at first I was wondering which student in an ordinary class was so strong that she could get the 1st place in the whole school. Later, when I heard Zhu Yuantang's name, I was not surprised. She was the 1st in all the 3 years of my junior high school. She is really strong, but she looks too young. Indeed, she is better now. When she was in junior high school, she was even shorter and looked like a primary school student. No boys in the class liked her at all. This discussion echoed in every corner of the student team. Zhu Yuantang's speech ended quickly. She stood on the podium, looking at Jiang Ning, thinking that she must stand with Jiang Ning when she received the scholarship, and there would be a photo taken at that time. Then what should I eat after getting the scholarship? Why not treat Jiang Ning to a hot pot meal? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang's thoughts wandered, and she was distracted. In front of the entire first grade, hundreds of students, and dozens of teachers, she said to the microphone, "My speech is over. Next, please invite Principal Yu to the stage to speak." After Zhu Yuantang finished speaking, she realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She was stunned for a second and then corrected, "It's Principal Yu, not Student Yu." As soon as this was said, all the students in the square array looked strange. Jiang Ning was helpless. This idiot, it's better not to correct it. Principal Yu was stunned when he heard this. After all, he was the principal, and he always showed an open-minded and generous side in front of students. What's more, the person who said the wrong thing, Zhu Yuantang, was the first in the school, who got the first place by chance, and the future champion. After Principal Yu took the microphone, he smiled nonchalantly. "Okay, Zhu Yuantang spoke very well. Everyone should learn from Zhu Yuantang. Next, please invite the top 10 students in this exam. Zhu Yuantang, Du Chuan, Ding Xuan, Jiang Ning and Lin Zida." Zheng Lu shouted, Jiang Ning, the principal is calling you to receive the award." Ma Shichen next to him urged, "Jiang Ning, go quickly, don't let the principal wait anxiously." He had envy on his face. Ji Yuokanan said, "Jiang Ning, you are the face of our back row. That's right, go up and receive the award, to show the top students in our class." Shan Keikwon said, "You are much better than the class monitor, you give our class monitor face." Wang Lang said. Various friendly voices reached Jiang Ning's ears. Jiang Ning smiled gently. He stood up, his slender figure stretched out, stood in the crowd, and his classmates looked up at him slightly. In 2 months, Jiang Ning grew from 165 to 180, and was already the tallest in the class. The gentle spiritual power brushed and smoothed his slightly wrinkled clothes. The afternoon sun was lazy, coming from far away, sprinkling on his clothes, and the golden light dyed him bright and shining. Jiang Ning followed the sun, took a step, walked out of the square formation of his class, and then walked to the right. Along the way were the square formations of Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5. His pace was neither fast nor slow, as if he was strolling in a garden. Wherever he went, people's eyes were cast. Envy, surprise, jealousy, love, countless eyes gathered. Jiang Ning ignored them, and light and shadow accompanied him forward. Yang Sheng stared at the figure and suddenly said, "Have you noticed that he is a little handsome today?" "Yeah." Bei Yuxia replied. Shen Qinsh clenched her fists tightly, unable to let go for a long time. Jiang Ning passed through one square formation after another, climbed the stairs, and stepped onto the podium. Finally, he stood still and looked at the hundreds of classmates below. Zhu Yuantang grabbed the position and stood on his left, very close. Zheng Lu raised her head and looked at the two figures on the stage with a dark look in her eyes. She murmured in a low voice, "I suddenly feel that I'm not worthy of this." Chapter 92 Ambition. The first place in a single subject is rewarded with 200 yuan. Zhu Yuantang won the first place in 9 subjects and was rewarded with 1,800 yuan. The top 10 in the grade are awarded with 300 yuan. The first place in the grade is rewarded with an extra 1,000 yuan. Zhu Yuantang won 3,100 yuan in a monthly exam, which is higher than her mother's monthly salary. Jiang Ning won a reward of 200 yuan for being tied for first place in mathematics with full marks, and another 300 yuan for the top 10, making a total of 500 yuan. Jiang Ning knew that the reason for the generous rewards in this monthly exam was to motivate freshmen. There would be few such bonuses in subsequent exams. Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled as she counted the money. She finally had money. "Jiang Ning, I'll treat you to a delicious meal this weekend. You can choose any restaurant in Yazhou City." She patted her waist bag, looking very generous, like a wealthy woman. 3,100 yuan. She gave 2,500 yuan to her mother when she got home and kept the rest for food. Jiang Ning accepted it happily. Okay, you arrange it. Jiang Ning put the paper bill into his wallet. This is a scholarship and it must feel good to spend it. Ma Shicheng's eyes almost turned red when he saw Jiang Ning's 500 yuan, enough for him to go to UK internet cafe and book it for 50 consecutive nights. My god, wouldn't that be awesome? After the summary meeting, Jiang Ning asked Ma Shicheng to help him move the stool back to the classroom, and then he walked towards the school gate alone. Arriving at a tea shop, Jiang Ning thought for a while, took out 2 banknotes, handed them over, and said, "Boss, make 60 cups of double skim milk, add red bean coconut and peanuts. Also order a separate one with red bean coconut mango strawberry nuts." The owner of the tea shop, a strong young man in his early 20s, was a little surprised at first, and then asked, "Are you buying it for your classmates?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Okay, but you have to wait a little longer." The boss called the female clerk next to him and started working. They were quite quick, with a clear division of labor and tacit cooperation, and they made cups of double skim milk one by one. Finally, the boss took out a thick white foam box and put the double skim milk in it. The box was full and almost couldn't fit. 3 yuan per cup, 60 cups are 180 yuan, and the cup you want is extra with small ingredients, 5 yuan per cup, so I won't charge you. The boss handed over 20 yuan. "I'll help you deliver it." The boss pretended to hold the box. He was a conscientious businessman. A cup of double skim milk was full, with 550 milliliters, and weighed about 1 catty. There were 60 cups here, more than 60 catties. This was not easy, and it was best not to bump the double skim milk, otherwise it would spill, or affect the appearance. Jiang Ning shook his head. "No, I'll do it myself." "Are you sure?" The boss looked doubtful. He was really worried that the other party would show off his strength. It would be a pity if he knocked it over. Jiang Ning pressed the box, and his spiritual power enveloped it, and then gently supported the bottom of the box, as if he was holding a ball of cotton. The boss was dumbfounded, and the female clerk beside him looked at Jiang Ning, as if he were a monster. "Let's go, you go do your work." Jiang Ning left with the box. The boss was stunned as he watched Jiang Ning go away with an extremely relaxed look. "Damn, are students' physiques so good now?" The boss was stimulated. "Am I old? No, I'll get a gym membership tomorrow." Jiang Ning walked on the main road of the campus, holding the box, and the spiritual power enveloped it. The box seemed to float in the air, without any bumps. He walked all the way to the class. The classmates were studying in the class, and Shan Qingrang was sitting in front of the podium. "Class teacher," Jiang Ning said. Shan Qingrang saw Jiang Ning coming back. Not only was he not angry, but he smiled and asked, "Did you go out to buy something?" At this time, the classmates in the class looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning put the box on the podium and said to the classmates in the class, "Zhu Yuantang and I received the reward. We are very happy. Let's share the happiness with everyone. Class monitor, can you help me divide it?" Jiang Ning opened the lid and took out 2 cups of double skim milk. "Jiang Ning is really nice." Jiuo Kunan cheered for Jiang Ning immediately after seeing this. Huang Zhongfei was a righteous man, and he went up to help Jiang Ning distribute things. The classmates in the class were a little embarrassed and shyly said thank you after receiving it. At first, no one ate it until a classmate opened it and started eating with a spoon. The other classmates immediately followed suit and tasted it. It tasted good, slightly sweet and delicious. Some classmates in the class were a little jealous and resentful about Zhu Yuantang receiving a scholarship of several thousand yuan, but at this moment, it disappeared. Jiang Ning gave the extra cup he bought to Zhu Yuantang. Then he took a cup and said to Shan Qingrang, "Teacher, try it." Shan Qingrang did not refuse and took it with a smile. His praise for Jiang Ning in his heart instantly rose to several levels. Before the evening self-study class, what surprised Jiang Ning was that since the end of the monthly exam summary meeting in the afternoon, Zhenglu had never turned back to chat with him, even though she usually talked to him. Jiang Ning tried to guess the reason, and figured it out for the most part. He could see a little bit about the thoughts of girls at this stage of high school, but Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He just wanted to see if Zhenglu could come to her senses. Ma Shichen received a call and went out. When he returned to the classroom, Jiang Ning found that his face looked a little strange. "What's wrong with you?" Ma Shichen sighed, his face gloomy. "My parents called me. Just now, his parents called to ask about his grades." Ma Shichen did not dare to hide it. His parents had Shan Qingrang's phone number. If he lied, they would definitely know it after calling Shan Qingrang. So he told his parents that he was in the top 10 of the class. Well, the bottom 10 of the class. This was a big deal. His parents scolded him at first, then reasoned with him, and finally complained, saying that it was not easy for parents, and they earned their money with hard work, so he had to study hard. Ma Shichen was annoyed after hearing this. Isn't it just grades? Is it that important? But when he thought of his parents nagging, he felt very blocked in his heart. He rarely reflected on himself. Since he entered high school, he really played too hard, so he neglected his studies. In fact, his talent is not bad. If he calms down and studies, he thinks it is not difficult to be in the top 10 of the class. Recalling Jiang Ning's glorious figure receiving the award on the podium today, as well as the stack of scholarships, Ma Shichen suddenly became motivated and decided to try hard. "Jiang Ning, I will study hard in the future and stop playing games," he said solemnly, giving himself a shot of chicken blood. As soon as these words came out, Zhenglu in the front row suddenly felt that the sun had risen from the west. Ma Shichen actually worked hard. As usual, Zhenglu would definitely turn her head, but today she held back, and her face was tense. She hadn't spoken to Jiang Ning for several hours. Since Jiang Ning stepped onto the podium in the afternoon, she decided to give up this bad relationship. She felt so uncomfortable and wanted to joke with Jiang Ning as usual, but she knew she couldn't go on like that, otherwise she would only get deeper and deeper. Ma Shichen's voice was a little loud, which attracted Jiuo Kunan and Shan Kequan to surround him and marvel at him. "Old Ma, are you going to work hard? Are you kidding? Do you look like a good student?" Wang Lang ran over and shouted like a flatterer beside the emperor. "Brother Ma, you are so confused. How can you abandon us? What about your cool run score? Can you bear to do that?" Hearing several people say this, Ma Shichen was stimulated and sneered in his heart. "You all look down on me, right?" Ma Shichen learned from his mistakes and made up his mind this time. He had to work hard to prove it to them, to himself, and to his parents. "Don't affect my studies." Ma Shichen's face was stern, and he pulled the math test paper over and started studying it in an uncharacteristic way. The people who surrounded him looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't say anything more, but after Shan Kequan and Jiuo Kunan returned to their seats, they gathered together and whispered, occasionally glancing at Ma Shichen, as if they were plotting something. In the first evening self-study class, Ma Shichen studied a whole class and gained a lot. In the second evening self-study class, Ma Shichen studied for another class. In the third class, Ma Shichen finished a whole math test paper and felt that his brain was full of knowledge. At the same time, a strong sense of fatigue came over him. He was tired. He began to miss his game. He hadn't logged into the game for 2 classes. What if Tan Kequan took advantage of his study and surpassed his game ranking? Once the thought came out, he couldn't stop it. "I studied hard for 2 classes. It's not too much to reward myself, right?" Chapter 93 Belief. Ma Shichen finally couldn't help it. He quickly took out his mobile phone, clicked on the game icon, and prepared to play a big game. Jiuo Kunan suddenly slammed the table, pointed at Ma Shichen with a wild laugh, and said to Shan Kequan, "Ha ha ha, you lost. I said he couldn't last a night self-study class. Buy me a bucket of instant noodles at night. I want mushroom stew chicken flavor." Shan Kequan stared at Ma Shichen and said bitterly, "Useless thing, why don't you persist for another class?" He and Jiuo Kunan argued about the time Ma Shichen worked hard and finally agreed on a bucket of instant noodles. Now he lost. A bucket of instant noodles costs 4 yuan. Ma Shichen listened to what the two said, and he was angry. At this point, he didn't refute. Anyway, he only played the game for a while, at most 2 games. "I will continue to study later and prove it to them." It's so ignorant to make fun of yourself. Vulgar and ignorant people will not understand how strong his determination is. He really has to work hard. Ma Shichen logged into the game and took a look at the rankings. Fortunately, although Shan Kaiquan's score improved by one section, he had not surpassed himself. In order to study with peace of mind next time, Ma Shicheng decided to run a higher score so that he could rest assured. Ma Shicheng started a game. Maybe because he had studied for 2 classes and his condition declined, he did not perform well in this game. So Ma Shicheng started another game. This time his condition was not bad, but unfortunately he still failed to break the record. Ma Shicheng started another game. So Jiang Ning saw Ma Shicheng start games continuously. Huang Zhangfei carried a stool and sat in front of the podium. He was the class monitor. If there was no teacher in the last evening self-study class, he would take charge of discipline. Do you know where Wu Zhaoqi went? Huang Zhangfei asked. Jiuo Kunan shouted. He went out to play basketball. He played with the class next door. Huang Zhangfei sighed. It was the evening self-study period and students were not allowed to go out to play basketball, but Wu Zhaoqi didn't care about it at all. He didn't know whether he should write Wu Zhaoqi's name in the attendance book. The class was a little noisy, and Huang Zhangfei was about to remind them that the noise was too loud and would disturb the class next door. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes went dark and the whole classroom fell into darkness. Everyone lost sight of the light in an instant. The classroom was silent at first. A few seconds later, the class seemed to have exploded, and noises came from all directions. Fuck. Is there a power outage? The lights in the teaching building outside are also off. There is really a power outage. The ecstatic voices of the classmates came from the darkness. Ma Shicheng quit the game and turned on the flashlight on his phone. A beam of light lit up in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. Several students with cell phones followed suit. A voice came from the darkness. Fellow villagers, don't turn on your cell phones. Why are you turning on your cell phones? At this moment, the classmates miraculously agreed and silently turned off the flashlights on their cell phones. The classroom returned to darkness again. Someone spoke in a deep voice. On a dark and windy night someone pinched his throat. I like Huang Zhangfei. Huang Zhangfei heard that the voice was a boy, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. I like Bayuxia. Get lost. Such words set off the class, and noisy voices rang out one after another. CUIU, I know you are very excited, but can you please put on your pants first? Fuck, whose grandson are you? CUIU felt slandered. Pang Jiao, you are so ugly, can you look at yourself in the mirror? Shan Kaiquan, please stop touching me. Shan Kaiquan, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense about me. I want to be the class monitor. Bayuxia is my woman. A neutral voice rang out. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense swept, and the person who spoke was actually Yang Sheng. The whole classroom was in a mess. Zhenglu faced the darkness. At this moment, her vision was blocked, but she heard a variety of voices in her ears, which made her heart even more irritable. She thought of the afternoon, and thought of Jiang Ning's figure bathed in the sun. At that time, she looked at Jiang Ning, but she only felt that she was standing in a dark corner. She was really ordinary, with an average family, average grades, and her appearance was not as outstanding as Bayuxia and the others. She felt inferior, perhaps because of some inexplicable thoughts. She didn't want to talk to Jiang Ning anymore. She thought it was good to break up. At least she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. They could just be nodding acquaintances. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt unwilling. She felt like she was trapped in a circle and couldn't get out no matter what. Why did she have these special feelings for Jiang Ning? It was only less than 2 months after the start of school. Zhenglu didn't know. Maybe it was Jiang Ning who helped her out when she was embarrassed. Maybe it was Jiang Ning's superb gaming skills. Maybe it was Jiang Ning's appearance. Maybe it was because of his high grades. Many thoughts collided with each other. If Jiang Ning didn't have these additional advantages, but was just the ordinary boy she met at the beginning of the school, would she still be like this? A variety of thoughts flashed in her mind, like countless hemp ropes connected and entangled together. She covered her ears and couldn't give an answer. But, does it matter? Not everything has logic. At this moment, Zhenglu suddenly realized, and all her troubles were swept away. She strengthened her faith. Looking at the dark class, Zhenglu suddenly had a bold idea. The power outage at this time is the best time, maybe the only chance in 3 years. She thought of Jiang Ning's cold face, her heart pounding, and her blood circulation accelerated. God-given opportunity. Should I retreat cowardly from now on, or move forward bravely? What's the point of caring so much? She made up her mind, and stretched out her hand. I won't retreat again. At the same time, Jiang Ning's spiritual sense was fluctuating, and a hand stretched out towards his face. Jiang Ning dodged backwards and easily avoided it. He scanned with his spiritual sense, and found that it was Zheng Lu. What does she want to do? Jiang Ning was puzzled. In the dark, Zheng Lu's face was flushed, and her eyes were brave. She didn't succeed just now, and she had clearly judged the position. Zheng Lu still didn't believe it. She leaned forward, pressed one hand on the table, and grabbed Jiang Ning with the other hand. I can only succeed today. Looking at Zheng Lu's posture, Jiang Ning's face darkened. He completely understood what Zheng Lu was going to do. He never thought that Zheng Lu, who was usually quiet and elegant, would be so bold. Well, you have been holding it in for most of the evening self-study, and it turned out to be for this? She dares to do this now. What will happen in the future? Jiang Ning wanted to scold her harshly, but his spiritual sense circled around Zheng Lu, and the words came to his lips, but he took them back. Zheng Lu is a little girl after all. If he scolds her in public, she will definitely feel extremely ashamed, and may even go astray. Moreover, Zheng Lu has a talent for painting, and he knows her very well. Maybe she is just impulsive, so there is no need to treat her like this. So Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, and used a sound transmission technique. Zheng Lu was about to make a move, but suddenly a voice of phone call rang in her ears. She was frightened, and shrank back instantly. There was no phone call. Zheng Lu was still in a daze, and was very scared. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving, and thought thankfully, fortunately, there was no phone call. Otherwise if Jiang Ning saw it, I would not be able to face him. Thank you, Kwanya Jet, book friend 2018100512181273. Quote. .853, UZHR long, someone who loves to smoke the red flag canal, Osmanthus tree Y, Yin Yin Hu, book friend. 2022110201374507. Quote, wisdom is his brother, reader. 1341558640744669184. Quote, book friend 202007131131208895. Quote, book friend 160,223,122,755,232. The Origin of the Great Dao. Book friend 202210141453099000. Quote, Tchaikovsky, Zhang Yang, Sleep for Another Summer N. Emperor King Yao alive. Thank you all for your tips. Especially the tips from 2018100512181273. And I'm very happy that you all come to read the book. It is the greatest encouragement for me that you like this story. You don't need to tip me in the future, really. Just subscribe when it is available, of course. Voting is still welcome. Thank you for voting. Chapter 94 Man-Made Disaster. At noon, after school, Jiang Ning went to push the mountain bike, and Zhu Yuantang followed him. Jiang Ning, tomorrow is Friday. I will treat you to a delicious meal in the evening. Have you thought of a place? You treat, you decide the place. I want to eat hot pot, but I also want to eat barbecue. Zhu Yuantang was tangled. Then find a restaurant that has both hot pot and barbecue. Jiang Ning unlocked the car. This kind of restaurant is too fickle. Will it be not delicious? Zhu Yuantang doubted. After she finished speaking, her cell phone vibrated twice. She took it out and saw that it was her mother's number. Zhu Yuantang answered the phone and said with a smile, hello, mom, what do you want to talk to me about? Are you going to buy me snacks? However, the imagined gentle voice of her mother did not come, but a little weak. Tong Tong, can you come to the inpatient department of the orthopedics department of the 3rd hospital? Jiang Ning frowned. Although the phone was close to Zhu Yuantang's ear, he heard all the voices. The 3rd hospital is the abbreviation of Yazhou 3rd People's Hospital. The orthopedics department of the 3rd hospital is famous in Yazhou. Zhu Yuantang's face changed instantly and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Come to the third hospital now, and we'll talk when you get there. Jiang Ning pushed the bicycle. Come on, I'll take you. Zhu Yuantang looked worried, but she didn't delay, and jumped on the back seat. Hold tight, he said. Zhu Yuantang hugged Jiang Ning obediently. She knew what Jiang Ning was going to do. It was very dangerous, but she was too worried about her mother. Jiang Ning released his spiritual sense and scanned the crowd around him. His spiritual power pushed the mountain bike. He stepped on the pedals and the bike flew out and nimbly passed through the crowd. The third hospital is about 5 kilometers away from the fourth middle school. Jiang Ning avoided the crowd all the way and shuffled along the streets and alleys. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the third hospital. He pulled Zhu Yuantang into the third hospital. The orthopedic inpatient department was on the first floor of the East Hospital. As soon as she entered the hospital, Zhu Yuantang felt a cold and oppressive atmosphere. When she thought that her mother might have been in trouble, she was very worried and wished that she could appear in front of her mother right now. Do you remember the ward? Ward number 5. Jiang Ning had never been to the third hospital. He did not look at the signboard and directly pressed his consciousness down to the building. A lot of information flowed into his mind. He identified ward number 5 and took Zhu Yuantang directly there. After entering the hall and stepping into the long corridor, some patients were limping and walking in a twisted manner, and there were also some visitors carrying milk and fruits. The door of ward number 5 was open. As soon as Zhu Yuantang entered the door, she saw her mother and couldn't help crying. Aunt Gu was sitting on the edge of the bed, with her right arm hanging in front of her body with a bandage and a thick plaster on the surface of her arm. There was a needle in her left hand, and a bottle of medicine was hanging above her head, and she was receiving an 4th drip. Mom, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yuantang walked over with a crying voice. Jiang Ning's consciousness scanned Aunt Gu's arm and clearly found that the bone was broken in the middle. Mom accidentally broke her arm. It's okay. Aunt Gu's face was pale. She wanted to reach out and touch Tang Tang's head, but then she remembered that her arm was broken and could not be used. Mom, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Jiang Ning, you sent Tang Tang here. Thank you. Aunt Gu was as kind as ever. The doctor in a white coat came in from the door, holding a stack of materials in his hand, and said, "Let me see the film." Aunt Gu said it was at the bedside, and Jiang Ning handed the film back to the doctor. The doctor took out the film, watched it for a while, and asked, "Is your hand numb? Try to make a fist." Aunt Gu nodded. She tried to make a fist, but it seemed very difficult. You have a fracture of the middle part of the humerus. If you have numbness in your hand, it is generally considered that the radial nerve is damaged. The doctor said. Zhu Yuantang asked, "Doctor, what is the radial nerve? Can it recover if it is damaged?" The radial nerve is a nerve attached to the arm. If it is damaged, it may affect the function of the fingers, causing paralysis and wrist drop. Whether it can be recovered depends on the extent of the damage. The doctor said, "I will write you a few prescriptions. You should check them out in the next 2 days. In your current condition, you must undergo surgery and put a steel plate on your bone so that it can heal. Your arm is a bit swollen. I will perform surgery on you after the swelling subsides for 2 days." The doctor explained some precautions and left the ward. Seeing that the medicine was gone, Jiang Ning pressed the bell in front of the bed and called the nurse to come and change the medicine. After the nurse changed the medicine, Zhu Yuantang asked, "Mom, how did you break your arm?" "I accidentally fell. It's nothing." Aunt Gu was reluctant to say more. There are 6 beds in ward 5. Opposite is a 50-year-old woman with a bandage wrapped around her foot. After hearing Aunt Gu's words, she continued, "How could you fall and break your arm? Normally, you can't fall in that position. The person in the bed in front of you just left. His arm was broken in the same position as yours. He broke it by arm wrestling. It cost more than 30,000 yuan. If you fell, you would have to pay all the more than 30,000 yuan yourself. Do you have medical insurance?" Aunt Gu's expression froze when she heard more than 30,000 yuan. "There is a rural medical insurance. That won't work. Even if you pay for it, it will cost more than 20,000 yuan. The aunt is obviously experienced. More than 20,000 yuan is almost Aunt Gu's annual income. At first, she only knew that the fracture was serious, but she didn't expect it to cost so much money. Her mood sank instantly. Seeing that Aunt Gu seemed to be worried, Jiang Ning asked, "Aunt Gu, what happened?" Aunt Gu no longer concealed and told the process of her injury. After finishing her work at the restaurant today, she rode her electric bike back. When she arrived at Xingda Second Road, a car suddenly rushed out from the intersection. Seeing that she was about to be hit, she was busy dodging and accidentally fell down. Her arm hit the curb and broke. "Is there a camera on that road?" Jiang Ning asked. "Aunt Gu often walks on that road." "No." "Then this is difficult to deal with," Jiang Ning said. "In this case, even if it is the car's fault, it is difficult to hold the person responsible without a camera." Although Aunt Gu was injured because she dodged the car, because there was no direct collision, as long as the other party refused to admit it and only thought that Aunt Gu fell, then generally nothing would happen. "Did the owner of the car see you fall?" "She saw it and drove away directly," Aunt Gu said. There was no immediate evidence collection, which made it even more difficult. The aunt next to her continued, "These drivers have no conscience. They don't even know to send you to the hospital. Xingda Second Road is not close to here." "Mom, how did you get here after your arm was broken?" Zhu Yuantang asked. "Tangda Second Road is more than 1 kilometer away from here, Aunt Gu. I took a taxi." Zhu Yuantang burst into tears again. His mother must be reluctant to take a taxi. Thinking of such a long journey, his mother dragged her broken arm to the third hospital. Seeing this, Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang and said, "You stay here and watch. It's noon. I'll go buy some food. When I come back, this bottle of medicine should be finished. By the way, auntie, do you still remember the license plate number?" "I don't remember it clearly. The last 2 digits seem to be 6 and 2. "Well, wait until I come back." The aunt next to her praised, "Your son is so handsome." Aunt Gu said, "He is my daughter's classmate." The aunt was surprised and said, "This classmate is so nice that he can accompany her." Aunt Gu didn't say anything. In recent days, she has become more and more satisfied with Jiang Ning. He is independent and sensible, and his grades are not bad. "My daughter is happy every day with him, and her face looks much better. I also found a job. Everything was fine, but suddenly this accident happened. Maybe God can't bear to see her family like this." Aunt Gu sighed inwardly. It cost more than 20,000 yuan, and she would have to recover for several months. Chapter 95 Retribution. Jiang Ning left the hospital, looked around, and walked along the street, heading towards Xingda Second Road. On the way, he came across a luxurious restaurant, and Jiang Ning prepared to pack some food. However, he knew that many restaurants outside did not meet the hygiene standards, so out of caution, he pressed his consciousness over. In the back kitchen, the chef wearing a tall hat had just finished cooking a pot of food and told the young man with a flat head next to him, "Give the food to the waiter." The young man with a flat head looked at the colorful, fragrant, and delicious food, and he was very greedy, but he would never dare to eat secretly in front of the chef. "Master, I understand." The young man with a flat head was a waiter in the restaurant. To put it politely, he was called an apprentice, and to put it bluntly, he was a handyman. He carried the food over, and then he met another young man who was pointing at everyone. The young man with a flat head looked at him with eager eyes. Among the many waiters, there was an extremely terrifying existence. He was the boss of all waiters, and was called the Waiter King. The goal of all waiters was to become the Waiter King, so that they would have the hope of breaking through the chef realm. That was the goal that the young waiter was fighting for. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become the king of waiters. The young man with the flat head cursed in his heart. The waiter worked very hard every day and was treated like a dog, with a salary of only 15,000. But as long as he could become a chef one day, life would be better. The young waiter thought about the new dish he learned from his master today and was full of longing for the future. In the restaurant, the waiter brought the dish, and while no one was paying attention, he stretched out and retracted his hand and quickly scooped up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it and sighed. "Not bad. It tastes very good today. It's really a bargain for those stupid customers. So what if you have money? You still have to eat my leftovers?" He put the dish on the food server. Jiang Ning skipped the store and continued forward. The second restaurant was a little smaller. The chef urged, "What's wrong with the side dishes? There's something missing." Xiao Wang, give me some enoki mushrooms. Xiao Wang said, Master, you haven't washed them? How about I wash them? What are you washing? Bring them to me. Xiao Wang was puzzled. Will it not be dirty if they are not washed? The chef said, I'm the chef, or you are the chef. Bring them to me quickly. Xiao Wang had no choice but to take out a handful of them from the plastic bag. The chef tore it open and threw it into the pot. These restaurants really opened Jiang Ning's eyes. He skipped those who ate secretly and didn't wash the vegetables. Finally, he found a relatively hygienic restaurant. Jiang Ning went in and ordered a few dishes and agreed to pick them up later. Then he turned into the alley next to him, performed the key concealment technique, and quickly rushed to Xingda's second road. There were relatively few people nearby. It seemed that the buildings in this area were about to be demolished. The few shops were sluggish, and the young boss couldn't hide the worry on his face. Jiang Ning looked at a pink electric car on the side of the road. This was Zhu Yuantang's electric car. Next to the electric car, there were traces of a fall on the curb. At this time, he was in the state of hiding his key, and no one could find him. Jiang Ning stepped on the ground and cast a spell to determine the time of the accident. His eyes flashed suddenly, and he looked at the road, where several car marks had passed. The time of one of the marks was almost the same as the time when Aunt Gu fell. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the culprit that caused Aunt Gu to break her arm. Jiang Ning was silent for a while. Aunt Gu had a calm personality and was unwilling to argue with others. According to Jiang Ning's estimation, she was the typical person who didn't want to get involved. This kind of person is unlikely to lie. If Aunt Gu said the car was responsible, the other party suddenly drove out and scared people. After seeing Aunt Gu fall, he did not stop the car, but drove away directly. Even if the other party was afraid of being blackmailed and drove away in a panic, it was indeed the fault of the car owner. Unfortunately, there was no camera nearby and no evidence could be collected. Let's go and have a look. This kind of person is indeed of poor quality. Jiang Ning stepped on the ground and a magic array appeared. On the surface of the array, hexagrams appeared one after another, reflecting each other. This is the Earth hexagram tracking, a profound tracking array. By intercepting a breath, the original owner can be found. The disadvantage is that each time it is performed, it consumes a lot of mana and spiritual power. The hexagram positions on the ground changed one after another and finally gathered into a black light. Jiang Ning touched the black light lightly and sensed some kind of guidance from it. The target is about 6 kilometers away from here. At his speed, it will take about 3 minutes. It should take a while to get to the restaurant. Let's go and have a look first. Jiang Ning took out the jade bottle and threw a key gathering pill into his mouth to replenish the consumed mana. He hit on Gu's electric car with a spiritual mark. Well, it was on the battery. Some car thieves only steal batteries, which is particularly hateful. Jiang Ning activated the divine step and appeared in a residential area 3 minutes later. This neighborhood is considered mid to high end and is of the same level as the neighborhood where my uncle lives. Jiang Ning followed the mark and went to the door. He entered the garage and found a white Porsche coupe. The last 2 digits of the license plate were exactly 62, so he determined the owner. With the help of the traces in the car, Jiang Ning once again performed the Earth Gua search to find the owner's location. The other party was on the 5th floor, which was not very high. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense wandered, and the balcony window was not closed. At the same time, he listened carefully and heard the voices of 2 women from inside. After determining the target, Jiang Ning prepared to go up. Now he is a great monk at the 2nd level of key training and is even about to break through the 3rd level of key training. He is no longer the 1st level of key training with only meager mana. The mana of the 2nd level of key training is so strong that he no longer needs to climb stairs with the control of his Yuaning's engine. Jiang Ning used all his strength to activate the divine walking step, and with a light jump, he reached the 3rd floor. He stepped on the air conditioner outside, and there was only a barely perceptible sound where his foot landed. The spiritual power protected his whole body, and there was almost no force. He tapped the wall with his toes, and then stepped on it again, and he reached the balcony on the 5th floor. Jiang Ning walked into the house on the balcony. He saw 2 strange women arguing. One was 15 or 16 years old, and the other was 26 or 27. Both women were quite outstanding. "You don't have a driver's license. Can you please not drive next time?" the little girl said in a bad tone. "It's really dangerous. It doesn't matter if you get into an accident, but the main thing is to be afraid of hitting someone else." The older woman, who was dressed exquisitely and even fashionable, had a grim look on her face and argued, "Did I hit anyone?" "No, I didn't." The girl scolded her. "People like you can show off to me after hitting someone, showing off that you scared that person. If I were you, I would go to the hospital and apologize to that person right now. How could my brother marry someone like you?" the woman said disdainfully. "Muang, you are really naive. So what if I hit someone? I'm still okay, right? Only little girls like you who have not entered society will be so naive. Go to the street and look around. I tell you, at least 1 out of 10 people does not have a driver's license. You will get your retribution." Muang had never seen anyone who did such a thing, and was still complacent about it. It was really disgusting. The woman almost laughed out loud when she heard this. "Retribution? You are a student of number 2 middle school. What's the matter?" Even if the old woman's arm is broken, what can she do? Can she find me? She looked resentful. "If you can't stand me, go find the traffic police. Do you dare? If you dare, do you believe that your brother will kick you out? You still believe in retribution? It's a big joke." Muang was speechless for a moment. Her family situation was too complicated. Seeing Muang silent, the woman couldn't help but sneer. She married here because Muang's brother was marrying up. She is an only child, beautiful, with a bachelor's degree. Her parents are in business, and her family has 5 or 6 houses in Yazhou, Ansheng, and Nanshi. She has been spoiled since she was a child. Even if she doesn't work, she can still live a very good life. In fact, since graduation, she has never worked again. Her parents give her money, her husband gives her money, and she has tens of thousands of living expenses a month. Every year, she flies back and forth between foreign countries and China, running around and playing. She is so happy. Other women are almost envious. In fact, if it weren't for Muang's handsome appearance and generosity, she wouldn't have even looked at him. Even after getting married, if things didn't go well, she could always go back to her parents' home. There was no other way. Her family was well off and her parents spoiled her, so she had many choices in life. With her looks, she could always find a better husband than Muang. The woman looked at Muang like a winner, then walked into the dressing room to touch up her makeup. She and her sister had an appointment to catch a flight to Lu City in the evening, and there was a place to play in the evening. Jiang Ning heard everything about their conversation. Originally, he had the idea of chatting with the other party about compensation, but now it seemed that the other party had no morals at all, no bottom line, and even took pride in it, and used it as a topic of conversation to show off. She was completely ignorant of the sufferings of the world, and took other people's sufferings as happiness. Well, Jiang Ning stepped into the dressing room. The woman tilted her neck and adjusted her makeup in front of the mirror on the dressing table. She was indeed beautiful, even delicate, just like the urban beauties that Jiang Ning met in later life. It's a pity that she only had a skin. The dressing room was luxuriously decorated. The table was filled with various bottles and jars with English letters printed on them. There was even a small water heater hanging on the wall. Ordinary people simply did not have the financial resources to afford this. The temperature on the water heater showed 72 degrees. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power to grab the water tank of the water heater and squeezed it hard. With a crack, the water tank burst and hot water splashed out. At the same time, a spiritual fire flew out, heating the water to boiling hot. The white liquid poured down and splashed on the woman's face and neck. A shrill scream came from the dressing room. Jiang Ning turned and left. The spiritual power surging around him blocked the splashing water droplets, leaving his clothes unstained. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Walking Alone. Jiang Ning walked in toward 5 carrying a lunchbox. Zhu Yuantang leaned against Ongu, his eyes full of sadness. Eat something. Jiang Ning moved to square stools, placed them between the 2 beds, put them together, and then untied the bag. Ongu's medicine had been hung up, and she could only use her left hand now, which was very inconvenient. Mom, I'll feed you, Zhu Yuantang said. She had no appetite, but her mother was injured and had to supplement nutrition. No, you can eat your own food. Ongu used chopsticks with her left hand. At first, she was a little unfamiliar, but after picking up dishes a few times, she could barely use it. She noticed that the dishes Jiang Ning bought were all Tang Tang's favorites, and she was even more satisfied with him. Even the pain in her right arm seemed to be relieved. Zhu Yuantang insisted on feeding her mother, and Ongu couldn't persuade her, so she had to put down her chopsticks. After a meal, Jiang Ning went out to throw away the garbage. Ongu told Zhu Yuantang to give him the meal money later and not to always take advantage of other people's children. She had learned that Jiang Ning and Tong Tong had dinner together, and that Jiang Ning would usually take Tong Tong to school. At that time, she had already decided to return the rent to Jiang Ning, or not to charge him if he rented again next year. However, she was too busy recently and had not been able to talk to Jiang Ning properly. Auntie Gu, give me the key to your electric bike. I'll help you ride it home later. It's not safe to leave it outside. Although the spiritual mark was planted, it's better to have less trouble than more. Many things can be avoided in advance, so there is no need to cause trouble. It's in my bag. Tong Tong, give it to him. Mom, I can ride a bike. I'll ride it home. Zhu Yuantang didn't want to show her weakness in front of Jiang Ning. Auntie Gu didn't know what her daughter was thinking. Be obedient and let Jiang Ning ride it back. Jiang Ning took the key. I'll come over later. Thank you. It's just a handy thing. Jiang Ning rode the electric bike back to the rental house and charged it. Then he turned back. Zhu Yuantang was a little surprised. You came back so soon. I walked faster than you, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang curled her lips. She was just too lazy to run, not that she walked slowly. It was not even 1 o'clock yet, and Jiang Ning asked, Aunt Gu, you are going to stay here for a while, right? Is there anything you need? It must be inconvenient to be hospitalized, and Zhu Yuantang was afraid that she would have to take care of her here at night. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, Aunt Gu asked Zhu Yuantang to go home and get her things. After the two left the hospital, Zhu Yuantang's face immediately shrank. Jiang Ning, I won't go to school these days. She wanted to stay to take care of her mother. Zhu Yuantang went home to pack clothes and daily necessities, and then stayed in the ward. After the weekend, Jiang Ning went to school as usual. He would go to the hospital every morning to take Zhu Yuantang home. After Zhu Yuantang finished cooking, he would send Zhu Yuantang to the hospital in a thermos bucket. It was still the same at noon, and in the evening. The swelling subsided for a total of 5 days. After the surgeon came to see her, he determined the time for the operation, which was around noon on Wednesday, around 12 o'clock. On Tuesday morning, Jiang Ning left school 1 class early. Shan Qingrong said he had no objection, as he had wanted to visit her in the hospital these days. Aunt Gu called and repeatedly said that everything was fine, so he gave up the idea. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang home on a bicycle. When they arrived at the dam, Zhu Yuantang said, "Today I saw an old man in the ward. His leg was broken. The doctor wanted to perform surgery on him, but it cost 5,000 yuan. The old man had no money to see a doctor, so he didn't do the surgery and limped away." Jiang Ning said, "It's always like this." Zhu Yuantang felt bad. She thought of her grandparents in the village. They were old, and her mother had a fracture this time, but she didn't even notify them, because she didn't want to worry about her grandparents. From beginning to end, Zhu Yuantang was the only one who took care of her mother, and Jiang Ning. She thought. Zhu Yuantang felt that she couldn't be so pessimistic, so she told some interesting stories in the ward. Today, there was an uncle in the bed across from me. His clavicle was broken. Guess how he broke it? He broke his clavicle while playing football. And the uncle in the bed next to me, he jumped off a half-meter high platform and broke his foot. He has had 2 operations. It is said that he needs to take bones from other parts of his body and put them on his foot. And the big sister by the window, she usually exercises by swinging her arms, and the fluid in her shoulder is accumulated. She needs surgery to drain it. The warm sunshine was just the right temperature, and the breeze was refreshing. The car shuttled between rivers and fields. And Zhu Yuantang raised her little face and smiled as brightly as the stars. Jiang Ning's ears were filled with crisp voices. He suddenly closed his eyes and his consciousness lazily dispersed. Zhu Yuantang was as capable as ever. After cooking, he carefully put the food into the thermos. She picked up the thermos and ate lunch with her mother because she was afraid that her mother would be lonely. Zhu Yuantang ran to Jiang Ning's room. It was Jiang Ning who took her to the hospital before. Jiang Ning was on the phone. She quietly left. Zhu Yuantang found the car keys, put the thermos carefully away, and pushed the electric bike out of the door. She didn't want to trouble Jiang Ning because he had his own things to do. Zhu Yuantang turned the handlebars and the electric bike whizzed out. Today she is going to the hospital alone. Zhu Yuantang is full of fighting spirit. Zhu Yuantang was carried by the car for dozens of meters. The car body became more and more crooked, and with a bang, she fell to the ground. It didn't hurt. She has always been resistant to falling. But this time, it seemed as if her soul was thrown away. Zhu Yuantang sat on the ground with a dazed expression, and the battery car pressed her. The thermos bucket fell out, and she stretched out her little hand to touch it. It was 5 centimeters away, and she couldn't touch it. She suddenly felt so wronged. Jiang Ning was not there in the morning, and the doctor came to the ward to sign the surgery notice. It was the first time for Zhu Yuantang to sign such a thing. The doctor warned her of various precautions. The humeral plate implantation surgery may cause heavy bleeding, and blood transfusion rescue will be carried out at that time. The doctor talked a lot, and Zhu Yuantang was flustered. She was thinking, what should she do if her mother had an accident during the operation? In fact, she cried secretly once. She was afraid of losing her loved ones. If her mother left, she would be the only one in the world in the future. Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but burst into tears when she thought of that kind of thing. She never cried before. Zhu Yuantang stared, trying not to let the tears flow out, leaving them rolling in her eye sockets. The electric bike was pressing down on her legs, and she stared at the bike again. She got angry and kicked the bike with her calf. It's you. It's all your fault. It was because of the electric bike that mom broke her arm. Otherwise, mom would be fine now. Zhu Yuantang reached out to hit the electric bike. I told you to hit me. I told you to hit mom. Woo woo Jiang Ning. Perhaps because the movement was too big, tears finally fell. She wiped her tears and hit the electric bike. Look, I'm going to beat you until you cry. So what appeared in Jiang Ning's eyes was such a strange scene. What are you doing? Jiang Ning had just answered Xiao Shuangshang's call and had his consciousness back. When he first heard Zhu Yuantang's movement, he was about to end the call, but it wasn't even a minute. Didn't you see I was beating it? Woo woo woo. Zhu Yuantang wiped her face again. There was some dirt on her hands, mixed with tears, and her face was smeared all over, which looked a bit funny. Don't stop me, I'm going to beat it until it cries. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh twice. Zhu Yuantang snorted hard, stopped crying, and stopped beating the battery bike. She pushed the battery bike away, picked up the thermos bucket, held the handlebars, and prepared to ride to find her mother. I'll take you there, Jiang Ning said. I don't want you to take me there. I'll go find my mother by myself. She must be hungry. Zhu Yuantang turned her head and showed the back of her head. She twisted the handlebars, but the battery bike didn't move, and the body of the bike was a little tilted. Jiang Ning lifted the back seat of the battery bike, and the wheels turned in the air. Don't ride it, you'll fall down again later. I won't fall down, let go quickly. Zhu Yuantang resisted. Jiang Ning suddenly pinched Zhu Yuantang's stained face, moved closer, and looked at her tearful appearance. Aunt Gu will definitely be worried if you go to the hospital like this. Go back and wash your face. I'll take you there. Be obedient. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning looked at each other for 2 seconds, then turned away. She crossed her arms and emphasized, I'm not incapable of riding a bike. Okay. Zhu Yuantang can ride a bike. Jiang Ning coaxed her and put down the back seat. Zhu Yuantang got off the electric bike. She pointed at the electric bike and said angrily, "I just beat it up because I was worried that it would hurt me later." Jiang Ning, do you understand what I mean? Chapter 97 Ward. Wednesday morning. Jiang Ning asked for leave for the last 2 classes, and he first rode his bike back to his rental house. On the cement floor of the kitchen, there was a green magic circle printed on it. In the circle was a flower pot with a young bamboo planted on it. Green spiritual energy was generated from the magic circle, nourishing the bamboo continuously. The young bamboo had lush branches and leaves, bright colors, and a vibrant appearance. Jiang Ning said, "It's just right for medicine." He rubbed out a ball of spiritual fire and threw it at the bamboo. The terrifying high temperature instantly burned it, leaving only a ball of turbid green liquid. The spiritual fire wrapped around the green liquid. At this time, the temperature of the spiritual fire was very low and did not evaporate it. This is a bamboo that Jiang Ning nurtured with the Mu Yi array. Its essence has the effect of relieving pain and accelerating wound recovery. In the lower insect where Jiang Ning used to be, the immortal bamboo peak planted fairy bamboo halfway up the mountain. Those bamboos can be consumed by mortals to regenerate broken bones. However, with Jiang Ning's current conditions, due to the environment and time, it was impossible to cultivate it in a hurry. He went to the river to pick a bamboo seedling and use the Mu Yi spirit formation to raise it for 3 days. However, the efficacy of the medicine is sufficient now, and it is just right to give it to Angu, and the doctor will not suspect it. The spiritual fire burned the spiritual liquid, and some black impurities appeared. Jiang Ning used spiritual energy to pick them out, and then continued to burn until the green liquid turned transparent. Jiang Ning opened the jade bottle and led it in. Yuzhou 3rd Hospital. Ward number 5. As the operation time approached, a tense atmosphere spread. Zhu Yuantang sat by the bed, saying nothing. Jiang Ning leaned against the door. Zhu Yuantang did not go home to cook at noon. He had no food to eat, and he was too lazy to do it. He planned to buy some outside after the operation was over. Bed 36. Bed 36. Let's go. Take the medical records and fracture fragments. Let's go to the operating room. An older doctor came over with a blue folder and called people. Zhu Yuantang helped Angu to follow, and Jiang Ning also took a step, crossing the corridor and taking the elevator. The operating room is on the 4th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, a hall appeared in front of them. There were many family members sitting on the benches waiting. Some were excited and nervous, some were worried and expectant, and all had different expressions. Wait a moment, they are preparing inside. Several people sat on the benches, and a younger doctor came over. Do you need a pain pump? What is that? Zhu Yuantang asked. It's like the drip we usually get. With this, it can relieve the pain of the wound after surgery and make you feel better. Many patients use this. A bottle of pain pump costs 700 yuan and cannot be reimbursed. Do you want to use it? Zhu Yuantang was about to speak when Angu said, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Okay. The young doctor turned back. Angu didn't think so much. If she could save 700 yuan by enduring the pain once, she would definitely be willing. After a while, the door of the operating room opened, and Angu was called in. Zhu Yuantang looked at the closed door of the operating room and sat back on the bench. Jiang Ning spread his consciousness to prevent accidents. In fact, he had considered giving Lingzhu liquid to Angu before the operation, but Lingzhu liquid is best used during the recovery period. The fracture plate implantation operation requires cutting the skin and flesh, pushing aside the nerves, cutting the periosteum, using the electric drill to drill several holes in the bone, and then screwing the plates to the bone. There are many operating components, and the powerful recovery effect of Lingzhu liquid may affect the doctor's performance. Moreover, the patient is fasting and drinking for a period of time before the operation. Jiang Ning spread his consciousness. If he really found that the situation was abnormal, in order not to make Zhu Yuantang sad, he might use a method to save Angu's life. This is the worst plan. Generally speaking, with the level of modern medical care, such a thing will only happen if you are extremely unlucky. In fact, after a long wait of 3 hours, the operation was successfully completed. The nursing bed was pushed out of the operating room. Zhu Yuantang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his mother lying on it with her eyes closed. Then the elderly doctor pushed the nursing bed to the ward. Make way, help to lift the patient to the bed. Several young nurses came over, moved Aunt Gu to the bed, and then brought a small TV-like machine to Aunt Gu, and then placed an oxygen bottle. After a while, the nurse was done, and warned, within 6 hours, you are not allowed to drink water or eat, and you are not allowed to raise a bed. Next to bed 36, bed 37, lived a grandfather in his 60s. The grandfather looked at the busyness here and sighed, it's suffering. The auntie in the bed opposite said, that's right, hey, I get angry just thinking about it, you said my legs. That old man, I told him not to listen, he had to drive so fast. Zhu Yuantang listened to the two people talking and thought to herself that it had started again. In the past few days in the hospital, she has almost recognized the conditions of the patients in the other beds. The auntie in the bed opposite is a hot-tempered person. Her husband drove a tractor and took her to sell grain. Zhu Yuantang had met the aunt's husband once the day before yesterday. He was a taciturn old man. The silent old man drove the tractor very fast. The aunt, who was sitting behind the tractor, asked him to drive slower, but he didn't listen and continued to accelerate. Then the tire exploded and the car fell into the ditch on the side of the road. The old man was not seriously injured, but he sent the aunt to the hospital. The old lady scolds her husband more than 8 times a day on average, and each time lasts from 3 minutes to half an hour, depending on whether the patients around her try to dissuade her. The old man in bed 37 next to him has a broken spine, which is not serious, but he can only lie in bed every day and be fed by others. He is from Tu County, and people in Tu County have always had a sense of superiority and don't think much of Yazhao. Every day, the old man either scolds the doctors or brags about how great Tu County is. Until one day, perhaps because he was bragging too much, the son of the old lady in the opposite bed couldn't stand it and said, you guys in Tu County are so great, why do you come to the 3rd hospital in the middle of the night instead of going to your county hospital for treatment? The old man was so angry that he sat up from the bed and scolded the young man. Everyone in the ward was shocked. You know, the old man had a broken spine before and could only lie in bed to recuperate. At this moment, the young nurse came with a machine to measure the patient's blood pressure. When it was the old man's turn, the old man waved his hand. I don't want to measure it. I don't want to measure it. You are charging me randomly. It costs me more than $10 to measure it. The young nurse was helpless and said, this is what the doctor asked. You must measure it. I won't measure it. Ask your head nurse to come over, and I won't measure it either. The young nurse went to complain with the machine. Then the head nurse came over and scolded the old man and then scared him again, saying that if something happened, it would be so dangerous. The old man kept silent and cooperated with the test honestly. Zhu Yuantang looked at Aunt Gu and found that she woke up. Mom, how do you feel? Aunt Gu's mouth was a little dry. Nothing. A little dizzy. Does it hurt? No. It really didn't hurt because the anesthetic effect had not worn off. Zhu Yuantang was guarding the infusion here and couldn't leave. Jiang Ning saw that there was nothing to do, so he said, I'll go buy some food. Let's eat first. When he came back from buying food, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the two were eating. The uncle in the bed across from me howled, I'm hungry, very hungry, I haven't eaten since midnight last night. He broke his collarbone while playing football, and he just came out of the operating room and can't eat now. The son of the aunt in the opposite bed said cheerfully, Uncle, will you still play football in the future? The uncle, if I kick again, I'll be a dog. Let's chat with everyone. Recently, someone has been slandering me, saying that I only update once a day. Nonsense. I update at least 2 chapters a day, and sometimes 3 chapters. Then about the comments, I usually read them, and I will adopt some opinions. Except for some curses that are too ugly and illogical, I will delete them, and the rest will be kept. If some comments are deleted, it may not be deleted by me, and the backend will also swallow some of them finally. Thank you to the helmsman of my sister is so cute. Thank you, Imo Yan, Zinjinjin, Katakusu, Mayan Yang, Zio Wu Zion, Zil's Love, Book Friend 2022091101954681. Quote Book Friend 2021102074826451. Quote, Emperor King Yeo, Emperor Wei Wu, Wonkan Hei Bei for your donations. Thank you for liking this story. Chapter 98 Sales Promotion. Friday afternoon. It has been 2 days since Aunt Goo's surgery. Jiang Ning mixed Lingzhu liquid into water yesterday and gave it to Aunt Goo to drink. The wound is recovering very well now. The doctor praised it. It is best to drink some blackfish soup after the surgery. The wound will heal quickly. Buy wild blackfish to stew. The aunt on the opposite bed said. A lot of people in the ward agreed. Zhu Yuantang ran to the vegetable market to buy wild blackfish, but came back empty-handed. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning told Zhu Yuantang that he was going to fish for blackfish, so he borrowed her fishing rod. Jiang Ning walked to the river with a plastic bucket in one hand and a fishing rod and shovel in the other. There are often people from the city who come here to fish. Today the sun is good, and there are several cars parked on the river dam. Jiang Ning chose a place with fewer people. There were 2 fully armed fishermen by the river. They sat on the special throne for fishing. When they saw someone coming, they quickly scanned Jiang Ning's body. His equipment was simple, his steps were frivolous, and he looked unprofessional at first glance. Little brother, you can't do this? You are not well prepared. Look at us. They pointed at the neatly arranged equipment next to them. A set costs 2 or 3,000. Jiang Ning said, the equipment is fancy, but you will catch nothing when you fish. Huh. The fisherman was incredulous. They are professionals in fishing. Jiang Ning swept the ground with his spiritual sense and locked the position. He dug down with a shovel and caught 2 earthworms and put them on the hook. The fisherman's mouth twitched. Damn, the bait is made from local materials. Jiang Ning found a random position, filled the bucket with water, and cast the rod. The hook flew into the river. Looking at the 2 fishermen, he frowned and commented in his heart that their skills were rusty and there was no art. For example, when they fish, they must first find a position, observe again and again, make a beautiful nest, and finally start fishing. It always takes a long time. After all, they are young and impatient when fishing. How can they be like them? This kid will definitely catch nothing today. Jiang Ning's fishing method is very advanced. His spiritual sense simply and roughly swept into the river, extending a distance of 100 meters, and detected a large area of water clearly. He knew where there were fish, shrimps, and turtles. He flicked his fingers, and a spiritual power quietly entered the water. In the water, a blackfish was swimming leisurely. It had its eyes on a few tadpoles, and was ready to swallow them. Just as he was about to punch hard, his body suddenly froze, and he couldn't move. Then he began to retreat. The blackfish panicked, and felt that it was dragged for more than 10 meters. It struggled hard, and when it reacted, its mouth had already kissed the hook. Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to force its mouth to press the hook. Jiang Ning lifted the rod, and the blackfish weighing 2 or 3 pounds was hanging on it. Its tail fluttered, and the water droplets flew everywhere. The fisherman was dumbfounded. It was too fast. Under the gaze of the 2 people, Jiang Ning took off the blackfish and threw it into the bucket. He cast the rod again. A minute later, Jiang Ning caught another blackfish. 2 blackfish, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds, enough for stewing soup. Jiang Ning put away his rod and decided to come back for more fish later. He carried the bucket home. Oh my god. The 2 fishermen were stunned. 2 blackfish in less than 3 minutes. It took them 3 minutes to find a good position. Although they fished for a certain reason, to escape the pressure of life, they really wanted to have this fishing skill. The fisherman's luck was not very good today, so they caught a few small fish, as long as fingers. Before leaving, the 2 of them were so angry that they went down to the river to catch some snails. Jiang Ning took out his iPhone 5S. His 5S was no longer in use. This was the 64G rich gold version that Xiao Shuangshan bought the day before yesterday to thank him. Not long after the 5S was released, the rich gold color became popular all over the internet. It was very face-saving to take it out. Ma Shicheng had been looking at it online every day recently and was envious. Jiang Ning took 2 close-ups of the blackfish with the 5S and sent them to Zhu Yuantang on WeChat. I'll pick you up later. Come home and stew fish. Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning, are you fishing in the river again? Do you think I'm you? I caught this. Jiang Ning showed her the fishing rod and bucket. Zhu Yuantang believed it. Jiang Ning went to the hospital to take her home. Aunt Gu had finished her infusion of medicine today. Even if no one was watching, she could take care of herself to a certain extent. Zhu Yuantang was busy in the kitchen with an apron on. The blackfish struggled a little bit, and she couldn't hold it down, and was slapped by the blackfish. Jiang Ning killed the blackfish. The soup of wild blackfish is milky white. The taste of blackfish soup stewed by people with different cooking skills varies greatly. Jiang Ning took a sip, and it was delicious. In the orthopedic inpatient department, ward number 5, Zhu Yuantang lifted the lid and the smell of fish soup filled the air. Zhu Yuantang first served a large bowl to her mother and put it on the table next to the bed. Then she carried the thermos bucket and delivered a bowl to each family one by one. The patients refused at first, but later they couldn't resist the fragrance. Everyone praised her for her good craftsmanship. Zhu Yuantang pretended to be serious, but she was very happy in her heart. She held the spoon and fed her mother soup until the aunt on the opposite bed said, "Hey, sister, Xiao Jiang is really good. He has been running around these days. Is he a couple with your daughter?" Zhu Yuantang couldn't hold it anymore. "He is my classmate." "Hello classmate, hello classmate." The aunt started to match the two. Zhu Yuantang's little mouth can only brag to Jiang Ning. Facing the aunt who has been in the market for many years, he can only lower his head and act like a coward. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and work clothes walked into the ward. "Who is in bed 36? What's wrong?" Aunt Gu asked. "Oh, it's you. The doctor told you, right? I'm from a medical device company. In your current situation, you need a stent for your arm to help you recover later." Aunt Gu asked, "How much?" The man in the baseball cap said calmly, 2002. Before Aunt Gu could say anything, the old man next to her was surprised and asked, "What stent costs 2002? Our stents are made by measuring your body size on the spot, and then we return to the factory and make a mold for you based on your size on the spot. Do you think it's worth the money?" The man in the baseball cap spoke in a very hard tone, without the politeness of other salesmen. "Can it be cheaper?" Aunt Gu negotiated. Her attending physician had told her in advance that this stent must be bought, otherwise it would affect the recovery of her arm in the later stage. If she didn't buy the stent, she would have to wear a plaster cast, and she would have to take off the plaster cast every time she exercised, which was very troublesome and not conducive to recovery. But Aunt Gu didn't expect the stent to cost more than 2,000. It was too expensive, and it couldn't be reimbursed. 2002 is 2002, and it can't be reduced by a penny. "Are you going to order it or not?" the man in the baseball cap said arrogantly. Aunt Gu hesitated and said, "Let me think about it." She had just finished the operation. Although the doctor in charge was not her main surgeon, he was the one who had been observing her condition for the past few days. His words were still very authoritative. The man in the baseball cap threw down a business card. "Okay, you take your time to think about it. I'll go find someone else. When you think it through, call me again." Then he left ward 5 and went to find other patients. The old man in bed 37 saw that the man had left and cursed. "Look at his attitude. Is he here to sell things? I tell you, this is in cooperation with the hospital. If they dare to sell it at a high price, the doctor will definitely get the money. It's too shady. Don't buy it." But there was no way not to buy it. The doctor said that this stent must be bought. The aunt in the opposite bed said, "The guy who broke his arm in your bed a few days ago bought this stent for 2,200 yuan. I still have photos here, look." The aunt showed the pictures on her mobile phone. When Aunt Gu heard that others had also bought it, her heart was immediately shaken. She was very entangled now, and the doctor's words were still vivid in her mind. If the arm did not recover well in the later stage, it would affect daily use and would be a lifelong problem. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning said, "Aunt Gu, don't buy this. I'll help you get a stent." Zhu Yuantang was a little depressed just now, and when he heard him say this, he said excitedly. Jiang Ning, you are amazing. Jiang Ning smiled. He took out his mobile phone, opened the online shopping app, searched for that stent, and soon found it. It was exactly the same. The price was only 200, and the shipping was free. Jiang Ning added 20 yuan, and asked the merchant to send it by SF Express, and it arrived the next day. Chapter 99 New Formula. At 7 o'clock on Saturday morning, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang to the hospital. It was completely fine for Aunt Gu to stay in the ward alone at night. She would be discharged in the next 2 days. At 8 o'clock, the doctor in charge came to the ward and looked at Aunt Gu's condition. Are your fingers still numb? Still a little. Aunt Gu said. It will recover slowly in the later stage. Fortunately, the radial nerve damage is not serious, otherwise the fingers would not be able to do simple grasping. Doctor, when will the surgery to remove the steel plate be done? Aunt Gu asked. She had a steel plate installed in her arm, and after the bone healed, she would have to undergo another surgery to remove the steel plate, which was very painful. It is not recommended to remove it. The material of the steel plate installed for you can be placed on the bone for life. You have a fracture in the middle part of the humerus, which is most likely to damage the radial nerve. Because after the surgery, to put on the steel plate, the radial nerve has been displaced. When the steel plate is removed 1 or 2 years later, the nerve is likely to be attached to the steel plate. If you are not careful, the radial nerve will have an accident. The doctor talked about some things, and then said, the wound is recovering very well. You will be discharged tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Aunt Gu and Zhu Yuantang were very happy. It was really too troublesome to be hospitalized. The place was narrow, there were many people, and it was noisy. It was very inconvenient. The attending doctor asked again, have you bought the stent? Jiang Ning said, we asked someone to get it ourselves. The attending doctor was stunned for a moment. Things bought outside may not be suitable, and may affect recovery. Jiang Ning said, a relative of mine has some connections, and he should have no problem getting it. Okay, wait until your stent arrives. I'll take a look. If it really doesn't work, I'll put a plaster cast on you. The attending doctor didn't say much. After the doctor left, the old man in bed 37 started to talk nonsense again. Just wait and see. When your stent arrives, he will make excuses again. If I were you, I would put on a cast. I promise not to buy it. After a while, the doctor in bed 37 came over, and the old man hurried over to greet him. Doctor, you are here. You will be discharged the day after tomorrow. After discharge, your lumbar spine needs protection. You should wear a protective gear. The old man was stunned. He didn't expect that he would also need a protective gear. I will ask someone to come over in the afternoon. You can talk to the staff. The old man saw the doctor leave, and his face changed. In the afternoon, the courier called, and Jiang Ning went to the hospital gate to pick up the stent. After bringing it to the ward, he opened it. The stent is like an arm guard. After wearing it, it can protect the arm and prevent injury. It can also freely adjust the angle for exercise. Jiang Ning cast a spell to remove the dust and odor on the surface. The aunt on the opposite bed said, it's exactly the same as the one the young man with a broken bone bought before. How much did it cost? Jiang Ning gave Aunt Gu a look and said, 2,000 yuan, 200 cheaper than this. He didn't say he bought it for 200 yuan. This kind of thing should not be brought to the table. Just say that you got a bargain. If it is exposed, it may affect other people's interests, not to mention that Aunt Gu is still in the hospital, and there will be patients who ask him to help buy it, and even if there are problems with it later, the patient will turn against you and think that you recommended something. It's like recommending a mobile phone to an acquaintance. If you recommend a mobile phone, and he himself has problems with it, he may blame you and think that the mobile phone you recommended is not good. So much so that later when someone asked Jiang Ning to recommend a mobile phone, Jiang Ning usually only said to buy an iPhone. Those people who use other brands of mobile phones and have problems will think that there is something wrong with the mobile phone, but if there is a problem with the iPhone, they will think that it is their own problem. 2,000? It's about the same price as the hospital. The people in the ward didn't ask much. It was 200 yuan cheaper, so there was no need. After chatting for a while, the man in the baseball cap from yesterday came in. he said arrogantly. Bed 36. Have you decided? Huh? Have you bought it? He stared at the brace on Aunt Gu's arm and felt incredible. Jiang Ning came out to send him away, saying, my uncle is a doctor at the second affiliated hospital of Anshi City. I got it from him. The man in the baseball cap was unhappy when he heard that the other party had connections with the hospital, but he didn't bother him anymore. They could sell at a high price by threatening to monopolize, but they would never dare to force his sale. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. This was within his expectations. There are very few lawless situations now. Bed 37 is you, right? The baseball cap looked at the old man. It's me. The doctor should have told you that you need a protective gear for your waist. The price of waist protectors in our company is unified. 2,500 yuan. If you want to buy it, I will measure the size for you now. The baseball cap took out a measuring tape. The old man, can you make it cheaper? Perhaps because Jiang Ning bought the stent from somewhere else. The man in the cap was a little worried, so he didn't say anything too arrogant. It can be reduced by 200 at most, 2,300 yuan. I think you are a honest person, so I'm giving you this price. Make it cheaper. It's really not possible. The company has a clear rule that I only get a commission. If it's cheaper, this order will be in vain. The two of them argued for a while, and the old man agreed and paid the deposit. After the man in the cap measured the size, he gave him a note and asked him to keep it. When the man in the cap left, the old man said, hey, this is how hospitals are. You spend money to buy peace of mind. On Saturday morning, Aunt Gu was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Ning called a taxi and went all the way home. Aunt Gu stood in front of the bungalow with her arm hanging, feeling as if she was in another world. Zhu Yuantang unlocked the door and helped her into the house. During Aunt Gu's hospitalization, the owner of the restaurant came once and bought a few boxes of milk and fruit. He also paid Aunt Gu's salary. Before leaving, he gave her a red envelope of 1,000 yuan and said frankly that they were a small restaurant and needed to fill the gap. Aunt Gu knew what the boss meant, which meant that she had lost her job. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. She had to rest at home for at least 2 months before she could go back to work. It was not surprising that she was fired. So during this period, Aunt Gu stayed at home to recuperate. Jiang Ning estimated that with the efficacy of Lingsu liquid, it should take less than half a month for an ordinary person to recover. Zhu Yuantang's family spent a lot of money on this illness. Now that they have no income from work, they may not have a good life in the future. Jiang Ning had money on him. Xiao Shuangshan used the Bolt group to easily sell out 100 bottles of Changqing liquid. The rich bosses in the group alone contracted half of the share. After selling out, Xiao Shuangshan transferred 200,000 to him, and the rest of the money was reserved as a development fund for Changqing liquid. Changqing liquid developed rapidly. During the certification of beauty qualifications, Xiao Shuangshan used almost all of his connections and used money to expedite the process. Finally, it was successfully completed the day before yesterday. Then it can be officially sold. Xiao Shuangshan urged Jiang Ning to bring the Changqing liquid quickly. Many wealthy bold users praised it. For the first time, Xiao Shuangshan found that there were so many rich people. They paid for a bottle of Changqing liquid at 10,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Jiang Ning came to the kitchen and activated the magic array. The spiritual power led the medicinal materials in the box into the magic array, and then the spiritual array extracted the medicinal materials by itself. He injected a spiritual power, which was enough to keep the spiritual array running for an hour. Jiang Ning dragged Zhu Yuantang out. After staying in the hospital for a week, Zhu Yuantang lost 2 pounds visibly. After arriving at the vegetable market, Jiang Ning bought some beef, ribs, and some vegetarian dishes. Zhu Yuantang wanted to pay, but Jiang Ning didn't let him. After returning home, Jiang Ning found that his iPhone 5S was out of power. Nowadays, the battery capacity of mobile phones is generally small and the charging speed is very slow. It was not until the year after that the Oppo manufacturer launched the slogan "Charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours" that charging began to be taken seriously by major manufacturers. However, the iPhone's disgusting 5 blessings and 1 safety charging head has continued for several years. Jiang Ning wondered if he could charge his mobile phone by practicing the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Body Tempering Art and being able to stimulate current at any time. He believed that, as long as the power of the current around the body was adjusted to match the charging standard of the mobile phone battery, and then a stable current was continuously output, it should be possible to charge. Zhu Yuantang was a little unhappy because he didn't get the chance to pay. Jiang Ning said, "Help me prove a formula later." Okay. Zhu Yuantang's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, and he finally didn't eat and drink for free. So he spent an afternoon and Jiang Ning determined a formula, which he named the Yuan formula. He handed the draft paper to Zhu Yuantang. "Use the public table I gave you to solve it." Then, the Yuan formula was officially established. In the room, Jiang Ning sat on a chair, holding the iPhone 5S, imitating the electric current, and the current in his palm was stimulated and directed to the charging port. The phone made a buzzing sound, and the screen lit up, indicating that it was charging. Jiang Ning was very satisfied, and he no longer had to worry about the phone running out of power. Chapter 100. Wait for me. Sunday evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang returned to class 8 and received all kinds of looks. The classmates didn't know what Zhu Yuantang was doing. He took more than a week off. If Shan Qingrong hadn't said that Zhu Yuantang was just on leave, they would have thought that Zhu Yuantang was taken away by number 2 middle school. Upon learning that Zhu Yuantang was back, Shan Qingrong came to the class before the evening self-study class to visit Zhu Yuantang. After making sure that she was okay, Shan Qingrong left with peace of mind. Jiang Ning said hello to Zheng Lu. 2 days later, Zheng Lu told Jiang Ning about the big and small things that happened in the past 2 days, such as buying new clothes, eating delicious food, and seeing funny jokes, chattering. After chatting for a while, Zheng Lu looked at Ma Shichen who was playing games, and her tone changed. "Hey, isn't this our classmate Ma? Didn't you say you would work hard? Why did you only study for one evening self-study class? Where is your persistence? Are you not persisting in playing games?" Ma Shichen was embarrassed. He could tell that Zheng Lu was laughing at him. If it were usual, he would definitely laugh back, and he could win with the help of Shan Keiquan, Jiuo Kunan, and Wang Longlang. But now, he knew he was unreasonable and would only be laughed at if he spoke, so he simply kept silent and concentrated on playing with his mobile phone. Zheng Lu saw that Ma Shichen was a coward, so she didn't pursue the matter. In fact, Ma Shichen didn't really back down, but he was fully confident that he could improve his grades. But the time was not now. Ma Shichen took out his mobile phone and opened the forum. Jiang Ning has 5 sensitive senses. He noticed that Ma Shichen was reading a post titled, "Record from the second year of high school, Zero Foundation Counterattack 985. The post was posted 2 years ago. Ma Shichen clicked on only see the original poster and scrolled down. The original poster checked in his learning progress every day, marked the difficulty of the subject, how to study scientifically, and how to work hard. As Ma Shichen scrolled, it seemed as if time had passed. The original poster finally got his wish this year and was admitted to a 985 university. He also posted the university's admission letter. Countless netizens sent congratulatory messages below. Ma Shichen found this post a few days ago. He saw the original poster working hard and climbing up his grades little by little. He couldn't help but put himself in it, and his blood boiled, and he couldn't extricate himself. Ma Shichen collected the post and regarded it as a spiritual medicine. It was his comfort when he was confused late at night. He looked at the original poster in the post and firmly believed that he could do it. He has a better foundation than the OP and a higher talent for study than the opus. As long as he persists like the OP, he will definitely be able to get into a 985 university. By then, everyone will have to crawl at his feet and watch him climb the mountain of that famous university. When he thought of that scene, Ma Shichen was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. The urging of his parents and the ridicule of his classmates would all turn into admiration for him at that time. The OP started working hard in the second year of high school. Ma Shichen decided that he would study hard in the second year of high school, so he had fun in the first year of high school first. The second year of high school is when he will change himself. So Ma Shicheng started playing games and felt at ease. It doesn't matter. He is only in the first year of high school now. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will counterattack in the second year of high school. Ma Shicheng closed the forum with satisfaction and opened the game to fight. Jiang Ning was silent for a while. He saw Ma Shicheng's performance and felt it was funny. In the last class of the evening self-study, the students of class 8 were studying. The class monitor Huang Zhangfei sat in front of the podium and scanned the class. Wu Zhaoqi is not here again. Needless to say, he must have gone to play basketball. He asked Shan Qingrang the day before yesterday, and Shan Qingrang said that as long as Wu Zhaoqi does not disturb the classmates' self-study, especially Zhu Yuantong, then don't worry about him, just let him go. In the back row of the classroom, Shan Kaikun looked at the empty seat beside him and said melancholy, "Brother Nan, I want to play basketball too." Jiuo Kunan said, "There is no way. Other people's parents are capable. Who made your parents not work hard?" Shan Kaikun said, "He ranked last in the class in this monthly exam. I really don't know how he got into number 4 middle school." "I know." Jiuo Kunan played games. At night, the basketball court of number 4 middle school was swaying with people and the street lights were emitting a hazy yellow light. "Brother Qi, you are in good shape today. You made 5 3-pointers. Deng Xiang gave a thumbs up and praised. "Next time you play against the second year high school students, you will definitely beat them," he said. Wu Zhaoqi patted the basketball with a defiant expression, shook his head, and said in a boastful tone, "It's all thanks to my precious basketball." Deng Xiang looked at Wu Zhaoqi's basketball with an envious expression. Although he usually did well, and could beat up anyone he wanted, he could even run into other people's classes to beat them up. But he was still very tight on change. He couldn't even think of buying a basketball worth more than 800 yuan. He could only use Wu Zhaoqi's basketball to play with it. "This basketball is good. I like it too," Deng Xiang said. Although Wu Zhaoqi had heard others praise his basketball countless times these days, he never got tired of it. He said complacently, "Especially the feline stripes. It's so cool." For someone as obsessed with basketball as him, the temptation of a famous brand basketball is simply too great. Wu Zhaoqi now returns home every night without eating. He first wipes the basketball with a wet cloth, then sprays it with alcohol, and then wipes it with a dry cloth. He puts the basketball on the bedside before going to bed. He feels uneasy and can't sleep without touching the basketball. Today, Wu Zhaoqi is in particularly good condition and scores goals one after another. Until school is almost over, he and Deng Xiang leave the basketball court together. Wu Zhaoqi has a strange temper, but for Deng Xiang, the two have similar tastes. Wu Zhaoqi is rich, and Deng Xiang likes to pretend and is loyal, so they soon get together. When they were about to reach class 8, Wu Zhaoqi invited, "Come on, go to our class and sit down." Deng Xiang immediately remembered that he went to class 8 last time to find a place for his sister Gong Zuan, but was beaten up. When he thinks about it now, he still has a trauma. "I won't go. I feel dizzy when I see class 8. Deng Xiang waved his hands again and again. Wu Zhaoqi snorted. He knew about Deng Xiang. He said disdainfully, "It's just Jiang Ning. How can he be so scary as you say? I was playing basketball in the class, and he didn't dare to say anything. If the quality of the basketball was not bad and it almost blew me up, I would definitely still be playing basketball in the class." Deng Xiang still shook his head. After all, Wu Zhaoqi's family was good, much better than his. When Wu Zhaoqi fought with others, the other party usually suffered. He couldn't compare. Deng Xiang was about to say something when he suddenly received a phone call. His face changed drastically. Wu Zhaoqi saw that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" "My brother is drinking outside and has a conflict with someone. I have to go and see. Maybe there will be a fight." He was a little anxious. In high school, the friendship between boys was pure. When they heard that the other party was in trouble, they really dared to fight. It's not like, after entering the society as an adult, there are too many concerns. When Wu Zhaoqi heard this, he held the ball and said, "Let's go." He was not popular and had few friends. He could not get together to play basketball. If he could make 2 friends, he would be very happy. Deng Xiang looked at the basketball in his arms and said, "It might be very chaotic over there." Wu Zhaoqi thought, "That's right. What if the basketball is accidentally injured during the fight? It's a sweetheart. Wait for me." Wu Zhaoqi entered from the back door holding the basketball. The student stools in number 4 middle school are square in shape. There is a square column about 10 centimeters above the stool legs. The basketball can be stuck inside and will not move around. Wu Zhaoqi touched the basketball and felt distressed. "Baby, please bear with it for a while. I will pick you up after I'm done with my work." He put the basketball away and immediately left the classroom to support Deng Xiang. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.